right.
Like the art style.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. This is is just the deck builder I've been getting into recently that I've been having just like a fair bit more like active fun with than I've had with Slay the Spire, but it's kind of very similar, but well, I mean different, and probably nothing,
Cool.
probably nothing but to just get into it.
Sounds good to me.
Select all the mutators I've been using. So in this game, you have two decks that you have to build.
Okay.
A battle deck and a negotiation deck.
Okay.
Because this is a sort of visual novel RPG where you can persuade people to do what you want rather than fight them to get what you want.
Interesting.
But
So not at all like real life.
no, not even slightly. Not even slightly, no.
That's what I like about fantasy. It's like real escapism. It's
Yeah.
like, let's imagine a world where you can like persuade people to change their mind.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. And yeah, I'll just do. I'll keep all the card packs I've unlocked and just get into it.
Last time
Alright,
someone
cool.
made your life miserable, you kept tabs, called in favors, and stayed alert. You took them down and climbed out of the gutter they kept you in. Casio's no different.
Good to know.
Sesunpe. Sapo Akia. Xiao Petia. Sonaposha. Tia Sopa.
Get a random starting thing.
All right. Well, I will trust you while I'm learning the game.
Yeah, like this is not going to be like super in-depth like Slay the Spire was. I'm just going to play and hang out and see how it goes. If
All right. Let's do it. Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah.
So let me see. The next card is Plague. The quality
this
is
is
a little bit low on the screen share. You might need to read some of the cards.
This I've got a choice of some item cards or just an increase to my max health and resolve.
Boo.
Yeah, so this card is a one-use item card. The next card played is played twice. It's for negotiations.
Okay.
And then down here we've got a couple of battle items. One that hits all enemies, destroy for one use for 9 to 14 damage, or hits all enemies and applies wound, which makes them take more damage, or an exposed, which reduces the amount of defense they can build on themselves. Destroy for one
Okay.
use.
So are items like they're always available and you can just expend them like potions to the spider, or they?
They become part of your deck, and then they're used and destroyed and removed permanently. After
Interesting.
Some have more than one use. Some have infinite uses, but they're not very powerful.
Interesting. So they're like cards that just clog up your hand until you use them.
Yeah, they're generally like powerful when you need them sometimes.
Cool. Well, powerful when you need them sometimes. My favorite type of item. All right.
I'm not
All right.
terribly fond of it. There's not actually. I'd honestly lean towards the max health if I was feeling like.
Yeah, that actually is interesting because it's like the max health is like not gonna fuck up your deck.
Yeah. Yeah, like
Yeah,
I don't
okay, let's go
actually
max
want
health.
these cards, so yeah.
Sashona Papa.
So let's get our first quest.
Suan Tetupe. Pia Tesa.
Bless your warty hide. Is that a compliment in that frog's culture? Do you think?
No, I don't. I don't think so. I just think they just have like a gentle jabbing relationship.
That's nice. Gentle jabbing's the best type of jabbing.
So these are.
All right. So what are our options?
Our options are some quests that'll give us some money and get some starting cards as well. This one will let us upgrade a card. Free. That'll give us an item. That'll just restore our health if we lose any, which I don't think we will, so we'll probably go ahead and take the upgrade.
Yeah, sounds like the upgrade makes most sense.
This will be a negotiation-focused quest. Not that it can't become a battle in some cases, but...
Sosutua.
If it's anything like my real-life negotiations, it'll definitely become a battle.
Osuanapa.
All right.
Sasuan Tu.
Si puatia. Tutanasho. Tenakosieka.
Pensuahe.
Seshulkoati. Siloti. Tipashoto.
All right,
Okay.
so we're hoping to get Pluck fired so our friend can take over. He just needs your help to make it happen. Sounds exciting. Let's get someone fired. It's time to Karen this. All right.
We're not a terribly moral person.
Nope.
we're
Most
here-
Karens
we're-
aren't.
We're here specifically to hunt down the person who threw us into slave labor prison for 10 years. So
And we'll
we're-
do whatever is necessary, including complain to the manager.
Yep.
All right. So, when this card is drawn, deal 1 damage to a random enemy argument and gain 1 influence. Unplayable. Interesting. I like how solid points are unplayable.
Yeah.
Remove 1 of your arguments, inceptions, or bounties. Gain 2 actions. This card destroys an argument, gain 1 dominance. I don't know what these things mean. You might have to help me out here.
Yeah. Basically, in negotiation, there's 2 sort of main groups of cards. There's diplomacy and hostility, which are sort of your active cards. And then you've got manipulation cards, which are more functional effects.
All right. So are you supposed to go like all one, or are you supposed to mix them together?
I haven't yet built a deck that mixed both of them together. Generally,
That's interesting.
although sometimes I'll throw it. There's like a one like diplomacy card that works really well in a hostility deck and vice versa, or something like that.
Okay. Well, what would you pick here? And what is dominance?
Dominance is an argument that makes your hostility cards deal 1 additional damage.
And influence is the same thing for diplomacy?
Influence makes your diplomacy cards deal maximum damage, though diplomacy cards tend to have lower damage, like maximum damage, than hostility cards.
Cool. So what would you pick here?
Generally, I go for diplomacy sort of negotiation style. So I'm gonna.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. So I'm gonna pick hostility and see how it goes.
Then let's do that too. Either way.
This card destroys
Whatever you
my-
want to do.
Yeah.
Shosha.
Tukias haku.
Mitota.
All right.
I like the presentation. Like,
Yeah.
the map is good. I actually might need to use this as a reference. I've been looking at for various RPG stuff and side project stuff, like different good map presentations. There is a surprising amount of weirdness that goes into depicting an overworld map with any sort of thematic consistency. Like all the open world Ubisoft games just have icons on a top-down map. It doesn't really give you a sense of place. This one seems to give you a sense of place.
Yeah, it's pretty strong on that regard. So we've had a random encounter, random event on our way to our mission, and it's a wealthy merchant. We can decide we can't really afford the battle graft they're selling. Grafts
All
are
right, so we
sort
can
of
either
like
rob them or decline it.
yeah, we can rob them.
So if we rob them, is that like a encounter or is it like a skill check?
Doesn't look like it's going to actually be. It might actually be a battle. It looks like there's a battle icon there. But they will also hate us, which there are social relationship factors in this game.
Got it.
And if you have someone love you or hate you, you get a permanent like boon or bane that affects
Interesting.
your games in some way. We haven't even actually gotten to the battles yet, but I would probably
Alright.
not bother with this.
Yeah, I'd say so. I don't want Billy
I
to
would-
hate me.
Yeah, and I don't want to.
I mean-
I don't
I
really
mean,
want this
like-
red bandana anyway, so no thanks.
Yeah. It's like the thing Dumbledore said to Snape right before Snape killed him, which was like, Malfoy, do you know why Snape's always depressed? And why he isn't the herbology teacher? His lily died.
Oh jeez.
And then Snape killed him.
Lucenzo.
Alright, gonna do a negotiation.
Yep.
Patienza.
Convince
Cool,
Pluck to do their
cool.
job.
Sepa.
Alright.
Shoot.
I would like
So-
to speak to the manager of systemic racism, please.
All right, so this
Alright.
is negotiations. We have a core resolve that is our negotiation health, and our objective is to reduce theirs.
Is composure like shield or something?
Yeah, composure is defense.
Okay. So is that an argument? That's an argument right there. Core
This,
argument.
this
so
is our core argument. There are cards that can give you additional arguments that enter this sort of like orbit that have effects as long as they're installed and can't be targeted separately.
Does she have one in play right now? That little 4 that's swirling around?
No, this is
Other
her. This is her intent.
Okay, got it.
One of those intents is to cause 4 resolve damage to my core argument.
All right, some sort of curse word or something. Sounds like we should just smack her with the rest of it now that we have 4 defense.
Yeah, we could use quick thinking to improvise some like small manipulate cards that cost 0, but yeah, we can just go for the damage.
It seems like we have stuff we want to play.
Yep.
What is that?
So she just deployed an argument suspicion. As long as it's up, diplomacy cards deal -1 damage with a minimum of 1 damage.
Well, luckily we don't diplomatize much right now.
Well, we kind of do. I just drew all of my diplomacy cards.
Well, god damn it. Well, I guess we should try to threaten first.
Yeah. That will go away at the beginning of Flexonix's turn, so...
Then just smack him in the face.
Yep.
It's better to just take 1 less damage now, and rather than maybe wasting like 3 or whatever.
Yep.
All right. Cool. So both fast talk and threaten, and both diplomacy and determination do like the same style of damage. Then.
Yeah. They still have just the number at the top is their range of damage. It's just about the different styles can modify that sort of thing. Dominance modifies hostility cards. Influence modifies diplomacy cards.
All right.
And with Sal's instincts, we can improvise a card that'll get us one of those resources. Go ahead and get Dominus. And didn't end up going too well because whenever I create a new argument, this person has defensive argument style. So whenever I create a new argument, they get 2 defense.
Okay.
At this point, maintaining influence or dominance is hard to maintain. However, they just got a bone-tired bounty, which, if I destroy that, they lose 6 resolve, because they're laborer.
That sounds good. So what are bounties?
Bounties are sort of like arguments, but they're more like weaknesses, weak spots that you can go after.
Okay, so they're like, you just destroy them for a bonus effect.
Yeah. And sometimes enemy intents can plant a bounty on you, like planting evidence or bait or something like that.
Boo.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see if we can destroy that.
That's a fun little thing, because like a lot of these Slay the Spire style roguelikes, what they really run into as a problem is that most good card games are about building up a board state so that the decisions change every turn. And when it's always just about damage or defense, it's not really doing that.
Yeah.
This new game I played, Monster Train, does a much better job than most at that. Like, you actually do build a board state on like multiple levels of a train as sort of like a very simplified tower defense. Mm-hmm. It's not literally a tower defense. It's just like a series of lanes that enemies progress through in order to fight you. Like, imagine in Plants vs. Zombies, they went through the first lane, then the second lane, then the third lane, then the fourth lane.
Yeah. But
it does involve actually building shit up and having creatures in play that have abilities. And it's like, oh my god, I can't believe it took us this long to get here.
Sonosuke.
Oh, Sonosuke, that's rough. That's some harsh words there.
There's a sort of like Simlish, like, future Simlish going on, which is, I find kind of interesting.
Yes, it's actually very delightful. The best version. One reason is because you can actually hire worse voice actors because people don't. This is why people think subs are so much better than dubs. I think is aside from the 4Kids thing, you just don't know that they're acting in a corny way sometimes.
Yeah.
they just sound passionate, and you're like, okay. But if someone just shouted "I hate you" in English, you kind of know it's stupid.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got Spell Dominance, Destroy Enemy Argument. Cool. Seems unlikely to combo very well with our current thing.
Yeah, our current deck does not have a dominance engine going, so...
Yeah, we have a way to get one dominance, but it involves destroying enemy arguments. So, the other negotiation card's pretty good. The first one is attack a random enemy argument. Evoke.
This has unplayable and evoke. So once per turn, basically, if you meet these conditions, you play this card for free, and then from wherever it is in your card, or if you draw a discard.
Interesting.
So it's like if you can make this happen wherever the card is, it will happen.
Cool. Seems like we're pretty far away from that currently, though.
Yeah, we can't currently play 4 hostility cards. We don't have like 0 hostility cards. We don't have any like card draw or extra actions.
Mm-hmm. So it seems like right now we can go into heavy-handed and start like just hope that we get that in the dominance at the same turn set up, or we can do the setup card, which seems pretty good.
Yeah, and if I have this and a hand of like fast talks, I can get 3 damage on all those, which would be all right, just as kind of a hedge thing.
Yep.
Since we're not really committed to. Since we're not really committed to anything yet, I would kind of lean towards setup as sort of a generalist thing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know that we were talking about going more dominance-oriented, but setup just seems to be the obvious best candidate here.
Yeah, for where we're at right now, yeah.
Very low opportunity cost.
Takuhoa.
Pashutu? Tonashes hu. Shupukita.
Well, mission accomplished.
We pulverized her with logic.
Pashiapa.
We preyed upon her confidence and insecurities.
Kasheshaka.
Tashanta. Sehulkia.
Yokatana. They're not trapped thinking Yokatana, but I'm relieved.
Yeah,
I like it.
Fair.
Shanta.
The best thing, the best version of Simlish is actually Simwegian, I think.
Really?
Yes, it's. I think you played it. It's the fake language they like improvised in Magicka. Like it's not a. Yeah, it's not a real language at all. But like Swedish is such a silly sounding language sometimes that it takes people a while to realize it's not at all like a real language. And so like the developers just did all the voice acting before the game, and they were like, well, we're shitty voice actors, let's just make it a fake language.
Yeah.
And they're fluent English speakers, they're like fluent Swedish speakers, and they sort of like combined the two. And sometimes it's totally random, and sometimes it's like they're saying surprise, it goes surrender. And Bastarda Dunka Dunka. It's just and it's just so funny when like they get really close to English words, you kind of realize, wait, this isn't a real language. Like, I'm Vlad, not a vampire. I am Vlad, no vampire. So good. This one is significantly higher quality.
Yeah. Let's see. Not a whole lot of good candidates for upgrading at this moment, unfortunately.
Nat, you just got the basics of the Slay the Spire stuff right now.
Yeah.
Might as well just pick the cards. How would you upgrade setup?
How do I upgrade setup? Every card gives you a choice as to how to upgrade it. I could boost it so that it gives me 3 and then remove
Interesting.
it. Or gives me 2 and then I only lose 1 of it.
That's cool. So each one of them is like a tech tree.
Yeah.
3 influence seems hard to use all in one turn.
Yeah. Like, yeah, there's cards that spend it, but I don't have any of those cards right now. And I don't really have like a deck that builds enough influence to really rely on spending it.
Mm-hmm.
But
maybe upgrading the other way is like much more conservative and easy at the stage of the game.
Yeah.
Like it's less total influence you're gaining, so it's like worse, but it makes it easier to bank it if you in the current deck.
I generally go towards pale setup, and that's probably good right now.
Yeah, early on when you can't guarantee to use it, getting it across 2 is good, but like it is of course like less all in. I like that.
Yeah.
That sort of those choices. I really like this whole map presentation. I'm gonna have to show people at work this.
Yeah. So right now we've got a limited time opportunity choice between either Healing Spring, which we don't need, or a Desolate Battlefield, which will have some treasure lying around.
Okay. Well, I like treasure.
Yeah. It's mostly item cards. Oh wait, no, there's Battlegraft in here. Your attacks deal 2 bonus damage to targets with bleed. That could guide our battle deck. And a graft is just like a permanent upgrade type of thing.
I mean, you always pick those, right? Because you can eventually turn them into long-term synergies.
Yeah. These options are like, have notes on like, we can do this quickly and get out, but like beasts might be drawn to the bloodshed, so this will make us vulnerable and probably trigger a battle, but that also might give us an opportunity to build up our battle deck, so that'll give us a chance to draft a battle card, so. If
you want to mess with a game balancer, and I say this as someone who's had to balance this stuff, get as many permanent upgrades as you can.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Grafts can be very powerful, especially if you get the right cards that synergize with them. So we're going to try and go for the Snap Talon.
Yep.
All right, time to defend ourselves against a pack of fleeds.
A pack of what? Fleeds? Fleed. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. Okay, so we've got a lot of stuff. My priority in these things is first off, is there some sort of timer on these battles where it gets more dangerous the longer you go?
No, but the longer it goes, eventually you'll get a fatigued status, and your cards won't gain any experience.
So that's basically the same thing. Because like normally, yeah, my philosophy is normally in Slay the Spire, just don't take damage and eventually you win. It sounds like we need to be a bit more DPS focused here, which I like because that is a flaw in Slay the Spire.
Yeah.
All right, smack him.
Yeah, generally you want to be efficient. Some like enemies and bosses do just get more dangerous the longer the fight goes. So you do.
Yeah, I was just asking because it's an obvious flaw in Slay the Spire, and I was wondering if this game had figured that out. Sounds like it has.
Break through the defense there. Us being alone and starting out, we don't have a whole lot.
Oh, do we get friends eventually?
We can get allies and whatnot, which is pretty important.
So it seems like you should be just smashing through that defense as hard as you can.
Yeah, it should be. Impaired and wounded. Oh, good. Yeah, I need to be getting on top of this right now.
Yeah, the issue is like so it looks like they ignore the first. Is that what that power is? They ignore the first 3 damage.
They gain 3 defense at the end of their turn. Whenever all defense is broken, remove 1 chitinous. They have 3 stacks right now. So it's.
All right. So.
Yeah.
So we should be making sure that we should be either going full defense or breaking chitinous, but not half step.
Yeah. Let's go. Armor grid.
All right.
Just to be certain, no, they'll strike. There we go.
Well, we have to either way, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Got some status effects I don't like here.
Well, there aren't that many that I do like. What's combo?
Combo is it's a status that Sal can get that some of her cards synergize with. We don't have much of that right now. I'm just improvising cards that deal damage for 0, and this is a defensive turn.
Okay.
This might have been a mistake.
I don't believe in mistakes. If you don't acknowledge them, they're not. You haven't made them.
All right, let's see if we can just get you out of here.
Yup.
Okay. Every enemy most enemies have a panic meter. Like they will flee after taking close to mortal damage or surrender.
Oh, interesting.
So you don't like what happens? You don't have to kill it if all the enemies are panicked and they're like sapient and don't run. You can accept their surrender, or you can execute them.
Huh.
And some quests,
I wonder what the point of that is.
Some quests depend on, like, some people are wanted alive, some people are wanted dead, some people might reward you if you spare them, etc., etc. It depends on the quest.
That's interesting. I wonder why. Are there mechanics that talk to the panic meter in some way? Because I would normally just assume it'd be like, hey, in those quests, you have a choice whether to kill them. But monsters, you just kill them.
If you kill a lot of people, it becomes sort of part of your reputation and can affect negotiations and whatnot.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out why they used a unique mechanic I haven't seen before, where it's like part of their health bar is like where they'll flee. it's a pretty smooth way of doing morale. I just don't know why they would bother doing it. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just very curious.
Break through. Losing a fair bit of health.
At least that way we'll have a use for all those healing sprigs.
Well, we aren't gonna be able to go back to it. It was a limited time opportunity.
Yeah, but I mean, they keep popping up. It's like, hey, we get some healing, but we don't need that. Now we're gonna need it, so everything's more useful now.
Yep. We're on the home stretch. We got through the chitin.
Yep.
This
I hardly knew him.
This is pretty rough for a first combat encounter, but we got through it.
Heck
Took a lot more damage than I would have liked. And now it's time to draft a battle card.
All right, now it's all worth it. So what did combo do again? I've already forgotten.
Combo points are accumulated until they are spent by a finisher. Lose half your combo whenever you take damage. It is literally a resource.
Focused Assault seems hilarious.
Yeah, if this is the only card in your hand, attacked 2 times with 4 bonus damage, this would be like probably okay in a discard heavy deck.
Yep, discard heavy, but or card spam. We already like if we get some more 0-cost cards, that'd be cute. It's also just a 1/4 to 6 anyway,
yeah,
right?
actually, it's just a fine card on its own. Does decent damage on its own.
Mm-hmm. That's always like what I'm looking for. I'm always looking for like cards that are good but have the chance to be amazing. Because if you just go with cards that are bad but have the chance to be amazing, you often just get bad. And if you go with cards that are just good, you don't break symmetry. Like you need to find a way to get over the curve that we're balancing for.
Yeah.
So this type of card is like exactly the stuff I tend to look for.
Yeah, I wouldn't go for this card for the effect. If I was like, maybe I'll go for discard or a combo. Like I would try to lean towards these now, but like if we're trying to be generalist at this point in the game, so yeah, Focus Assault is a good choice. All right, and that was free time, so we can now pick our next quest. There's 2 regular ones and a challenging one that's a star ahead of the day we're on. So
what does that mean?
It pays a bit more and also offers a graft from a random draw, which... Oh, right, we got that bleed one. We need to start... Right, we need to remember... Do bonus damage to bleeding targets. Could get 90 shills there. This one will let us remove a card on a negotiation.
All right.
That removing card will be a quest reward there. It did kind of take a fair bit of damage. I don't want to like...
I bet we can handle anything. The power of friendship.
we could do the challenging quest, I think. But I kind of like... It's basically a choice between like, do I want to get another graft, or do I want to get a chance to remove a card from one of my decks?
I think you want grafts right now because it'll tell us what we want to remove.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
More monsters?
Yep, I just got random dogs. This doesn't actually happen too often. This is... Alright, let's just get there.
Yeah, just smack them. Did you shuffle bad cards into your deck?
Yep, they shuffled bad cards into my discard. Oh, that's a lot of...
I hate when they do that. And we smack them.
This is why I'd really love a friend.
Well, I'm a friend, man.
I appreciate it.
All right.
But like, I mean like a party member, I think.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I should have done this first. I should have tried bleed first.
Alright. Did you see, by the way, like, remember the Friendship is Witchcraft, like, series back in the day?
Oh, yeah, I do remember.
So, like, the creator of that has, like, become this fantastic, absurd media critic.
Really?
Yeah, no, she's fantastic. Like, it took me forever to realize where I recognized her voice from. But also, one of her recent deep dives is it's called The Last BronyCon. It's basically a MLP fan community autopsy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just delightful.
Nice.
Highly recommend. I was just watching it. Yes, Jenny Nicholson, person in the comments.
I think hemorrhage is what we do to get a bleed engine going.
Yes, we have bleed stuff going with pretty much no question. But yeah, like her video on the Avatar Disney theme park, which was called an excruciating deep dive into the Avatar Disney theme park, is just like one of my favorite just videos on design. It's this deep dive into how all the design questions and constraints and thematic considerations in creating a theme park as a lived-in space.
Neat. I've seen her stuff in my recommended. I might have to check out some of it.
Sure, I'll be happy to link you one or two of the better ones.
I've got a choice here on this upgrade. I could get a version where it's a bit more damage and I discard a card as an extra effect.
Yeah, we should get that one because with our plan.
Or one where it deals 7 damage and then I remove the card from my deck permanently.
I like the 4 damage discard a card because we're trying to do that, right?
Yeah. It's just that Elbow Strike is kind of a basic attack card like these stabs. Like, not a terrible thing to get out of the deck, but like, I'm kind of intrigued by upgrading.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, upgrading to remove a card from the deck. Oh,
yeah,
sweet.
That is pretty cool. I see what you mean. I thought you were adding a new card into your deck. Oh,
we have a pet doggo, which
pet
is actually
doggo is best doggo,
which actually has like several gameplay effects.
I sometimes play videos on Star Wars as background noise. Nice. Yeah, I can see that. The thing about yeah, go on.
our Yote gelling, I guess, is the random name we got.
Love it. For the person who's in the chat, the thing I like about her videos, because I just recently started getting into them, is that she's like both a massive fan and an anti-fan. Like, you know how people who build their identity around hate watching things, loving how bad shit is, and like, oh, this is terrible, isn't that hilarious, you know? But also the super fan who is like super into stuff. She is somehow both of them, and so she will extort about things she loves and things that she loves that she hates, and it's just, I've never seen so much concentrated enthusiasm in a person.
Nice.
All right. Anyway, let's focus on this game.
Tokose.
Haven't been talking to Koff, have you? What do you know? It's not your business. Feeling pretty invasive here.
I could share a drink with Teak, and that would, if she likes me, that would decrease her resolve for the no doubt imminent negotiation. But it would also add these status cards into both my one into my negotiation deck, one into my combat deck.
Oh, that is delightful. I like the little storytelling happening here.
Yeah.
I should make a deck builder. I should force EA to make a deck builder.
I'll just go ahead and ask about it.
Ketu sose.
Sutal petu?
Shana pochio. Sonakasa.
Titeko me.
Sosian pa.
So we have a branch in the quest here. We could
Pick a fight.
We could pick a fight.
Or
we
we
could just
could
convince them to pay up. Or we could say, you know what, I'll just talk to Koff and have him back off with this whole deal thing.
Okay, interesting. So we can kind of increase rep with her, or we can engage in one of the two battles.
Yeah. And if we convince, if we make Teak happy, then we have to go back and probably have a somewhat harder negotiation with our original client.
Interesting. Are we feeling Teak is the person we like, or should we have a negotiation? It feels like it's bad to have a fight right now.
Oh yeah, no, we don't. We're in a public place with a guard here, and they would join the fight on her side if we actually started a brawl.
Well, that's no good. I suppose we should have a negotiation then.
Yeah, and we have actually got some allies here, it looks like. Some people who actually like us here. So negotiation would be...
Including our doggo.
Yeah, the doggo actually has an effect on negotiations.
That is so great. I mean, that is just like real life.
Yeah.
Whenever this programmer at work that I sometimes butt heads with in terms of what I think priorities should be, whenever he brings his pug onto the call, I'm like, I know I'm losing this one. He's
So-
like, oh, it's Gizmo.
So we've got a few arguments from our allies that are part of the negotiation from two people who like us, who just happen to be in this bar at the moment. So
Cool.
another reason why it's sometimes good to build social negotiations. But also our dog just creates a first turn argument that just attacks one of the enemy's arguments.
What is it called?
It's untrained yote, which is untrained dog, basically. If you train the dog, which is an event you can find later, it will stay. It won't automatically disappear after the first turn.
Okay. Teach it to stay. That's delightful.
Yep.
All right.
And they're targeting targeting dog argument, but it'll take it, and it'll attack before it gets destroyed, and it'll disappear anyway. So actually, don't need to worry about that so much.
So just blast them.
Yep. See anything? Yeah, just go damage.
Tenkis. Dia Shakipia.
There we go. Did 10 damage right off the bat.
Haha. Dia Shakika. That's a good point.
Dia Shakipia.
All right.
Influence, which maxed out. Our...
Hey, wait a second. Dia Shakika both means let me tell you something, and here's how it is.
Wait, I found an inconsistency that requires addressing now.
I'm not sure actually though, because like
Nah.
oftentimes like dubs, for example, will interpret the same phrase, like the exact same phrase in multiple ways, even in the same setting.
Yeah.
Because it'll be like if something is like the thing you say before you eat, and it'll like interpret that different ways for whatever it believes is like correct for that type of person to say before they eat. So some person will say like, "Let's eat up, everyone," which is too cheerful for like a badass to say, but he still says the same like "Itakashi boss" or something. So he's like, "All right, dig in."
Yeah. Oh, there is a bit more of a timer element on negotiations because after a certain number of turns and increasingly, they will have impatience, which increases both the damage that their damaging intents do and the health their arguments deploy with.
So you see, that is some good design. I told you, like that's a problem with Slay the Spire, and they're trying to avoid it. Most people that are trying to make their own Spire-like try very hard to solve the problem of what actually makes the game push towards a conclusion, and what would stop you from playing pure defense. And they all answer in different ways. Like Monster Train eventually has the boss just sort of get bored and start attacking repeatedly without giving you a chance to play any additional cards until it either dies or goes through all your army. And so the rest of it is like dealing with its minions while you set up for the final rush. And other games like are looking into building increasing resources over the course of the match, which always is tricky because it makes the match take longer, so you can feel the delta. And other games just make it impossible to stop yourself from taking damage, so it's all about a rush.
Yeah.
And that's, in one hand, pretty cool, because, like, hey, minimize defense. On the other hand, it's like, that was the only strategy Slay the Spire had.
Kinda, yeah. It was very critical that you just never take damage.
Yep. And when it's always just DPS rush every turn, it's pretty simple to play the game.
Yep.
All right, so we can gain one heated, which makes target opponent's argument each turn for one. What? Targets an opponent's argument each.
Heated is an argument that targets an opponent's argument each turn for 1 damage per stack, and it builds a stack every turn. But to get it, you have to. You can't play this card. You have to play 3 hostility cards in a single turn, which hasn't really been what we're building towards. Intrigue is spend 1 influence, deal additional 4 damage. This is a pretty basic like diplomacy deck attack card.
Yeah, it's an attack card, and we have an influence builder already, so it seems to be going in that direction.
Yeah. There's also this, which Incept to Doubt, which is an argument you deploy in your opponent's pool, your opponent's orbit, that targets their own core arguments or other arguments. It's basically an additional enemy they have to deal with on their own side.
Huh. That's interesting.
If you can build it up pretty strong, it can help like cause chaos in your opponent's argument, but it's kind of random if they have a lot of arguments.
Yeah, it's interesting because like I have like with the combat, everything just makes more inherent sense to me. With negotiation, even though the mechanics are basically the same,
Yeah, it's
I
basically the
have
same thing,
like
but like, yeah.
I have so much a harder time wrapping my head around it because the theming just isn't there.
It's all about
Like,
installs and resources, and it's very odd, but like,
and yeah, I mean like it's fine, and I think it's delightful.
it's
But
honestly,
I can't.
it's honestly
don't
one of my
feel,
favorite parts of the game. But
yeah, I'm sure it's really good. I just don't really like. I don't intuitively get it as the way I do combat because I understand like, hey, bleed. This will hurt you more if you're bleeding, and it's like, this will hurt you more if you're dealing with an existential crisis. It's just it's harder to wrap your head around.
there's actually that mechanic in the game at a certain point, I think.
Okay, well maybe I can guess more than I would have expected.
I think.
Thanks, Double Cross. Dia Shakia to you too.
I think intrigue is probably the clearer choice because it might be we're building a diplomacy deck after all. Now that we got setup upgraded.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once we have setup upgraded, we're looking for shit like intrigue. So it's like,
Yeah.
yep, let's take the thing we're looking for.
Hushokuma, Teshoka.
All right. Well, quest completed.
Okay.
Hesokel.
Sanato! Sensope.
All right. Now we get a graft. Just a free bit of cyberware. All takes gain +1 to minimum damage up to their maximum damage. All cards gain in negotiation gain 1 minimum damage. Or bleed decays 33% at the end of turn instead of 50. Oh, I think that might be our...
Yeah.
I think that might be our synergy.
Yeah.
We're a bleed deck now.
Yep.
Okay, we need to be drafting more battle cards.
Ooh, that's a nice picture. So basically, you can. It looks like you can, since you have options of whether to go battle or whether to go negotiation, that you can like focus more on negotiation deck or more on battle deck. It's hard to do both.
Yeah, and the thing to keep in mind is that generally the sort of like final boss will, even though you can't, there's like a negotiation usually beforehand to like maybe have an effect, it'll come down to your battle deck in the end.
Okay. So ultimately, you have to care about battle more than negotiation, or is negotiation also important?
But negotiation can get you through a lot, and
Okay.
like, the more you battle, the more you're risking like taking like damage over time, that sort of thing, because it's harder to go on pure defense. Let's go train our pet.
Goodbye.
Potanke.
I like the idea of having to make you care about both decks. It feels like it'll minimize your your strategic options pretty heavily if you have to eventually spec into one or the other.
Yeah. And now our dog is trained. They have more health, deal more damage, and affect negotiations longer.
I wish Muddy it was that easy.
So Diako Shana Pieta. Katekimina. Sakedo shell. Shilko Sakon.
Tukusishoa.
I like it. I have to say, I give it an immediate +1 out of 10 to any game that uses the word, or anything that uses the word persnickety. It's just a really good word that people should use more often. Like, they're getting pretty persnickety. Like, that just is so fun to say.
So, at this point in the campaign, you have a night mission for one of two night vendors. And whoever you don't pick, they'll dislike you. And for merchants, the like-dislike axis also gives you discounts and surcharges, so...
I have to say, I just love that, like, it's like how insecure that merchant is. It's just like, hey, own it. It's like, oh, you want to do my thing? Like, no, oh, okay, well, I didn't like you anyway, and like 20% more.
So the two particular vendors, because it's a bit random, a little bit, is Frolic of the Beast, who is the animal pet merchant. But we already have an animal pet, so we have Block of the Swab, who is the graft merchant.
Huoshose.
So we'll ask about her job.
Sopesana.
Mepakoa.
Wow.
Sopiutesha.
Timanapo. Talesia.
Note that
Sensei.
Supasano means this specific person says you're looking for hired muscle. That person must have must know that this person is that various people are looking for hired muscle a lot for there to be that type of slang that abridges it that far.
It's a little absurd, but honestly, it makes a good like sort of background buzz when you're reading.
No, it's great. I actually like it. It actually is good. I mean, compare that to. It's not supposed to be really even like it's a literal translation. I mean, look, I play Persona, and they say "for real" to like emote, and it's like it's like sentences, and it works because you get that games are a fucking metaphor. It doesn't have to be. It's not a literal language, but it's still really fun to pretend it is. But not just like say, haha, they got something wrong, but rather, what are the implications of the world building that there is a shorthand for this person means that you're looking for muscle?
So we've been asked as part of this job to extract a graft from this man's body, which is like no.
Awkward.
Yeah, it's just like we could probably do well by Orug and try and convince Plaka to reconsider, but this is bad for business for her, so she's gonna have a lot more extra resolve.
Yep,
it's gonna be quite difficult.
So what are we doing here, man?
I think we're going to attempt to convince Plaka to reconsider.
Okay, let's do it. I'm feeling negotiation-y.
If this drags on too long, we might be in trouble, but let's make our best attempts.
Alright.
Let's go ahead
and let us oppress them. I feel like I'm in a CIA board meeting.
So this person's argument style is appropriator, which means at the start of their turn, they steal one of my cards and hold it hostage in this appropriated argument over here. So they got my pale setup. I need that back. Thank you.
So what you're really saying is, like, they're straight up, I know you are, but what am I?
Kinda, yeah.
I have to respect that. Alright, let's pale setup.
Unfortunately, when you...
And then let's intrigue.
When you steal your card back, you also gain 2 vulnerability, which increases the damage you take.
Cool.
It's not great. One component.
Bear in mind, you're going to be dealing a lot more total damage, it looks like, if you play that card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because so you don't want to overkill. So if you want to kill that of the other thing, you should just play fast talk.
Oh,
if you want to kill
damage spills over actually.
Really?
Yeah.
That is definitely a limiter on strategy, but definitely feels better. All right, let's nail it. Boom.
And if you have like an extra target trigger that is on a trigger that doesn't exist anymore, it'll just target the core argument or a random argument.
Got it. Very much can't, like, it minimizes your decision space, which is really risky in this genre, but it also makes you feel good.
Yep. Oh, also our trained Yoda is still sticking around, harassing.
Just like, I like the idea that she's spending part of her energy dealing with the arguments of a dog.
Yeah, exactly. The dog's barking at her is just like, it's just wearing her down. I like the metaphor a lot. Ooh, we could...
Yeah.
Destroy that argument.
Right, we got a dominance.
Protect dog.
Protect doggo.
And threaten. Probably take some damage here because got strong in there.
I remember, this actually reminds me of a very literal depiction of something that we were told during Blizzard training of social media, which is like, all right, you guys are going to be really interested in what people are saying about your work. You're going to want to go and check out like the Reddit threads and the forums and stuff like that about the latest patch. That's important. It's important to listen to the players, but also for your sake, think of it as like jumping out of cover in a shooter where you have regenerating shields. Yeah. It's like you gotta jump out, you gotta read a little bit, but then you should log off, let your shields regenerate, and read again later. Don't try to consume it all at once. It's not gonna go well for your mental health. It amazes me how Reddit users and so on think that they're just screaming into the void. It's like, dude, like, I'll guarantee you, like 25% of this whole dev
Dog
studio.
finished it. Sorry.
Woohoo! Yeah,
I didn't
it's like,
realize-
and rough to you too. No, you roll over. Yeah. Bum bum bum. Subtlety's cute. It's 1 for 3, and which seems to be a good ratio, and also can get you some cards, but we don't really need the cards.
Not a whole lot yet.
Double composure on all arguments. That seems like important.
If I had more of a better source of composure, probably it'd be good for like a high defensive turn. But well, yeah, keep cool can be useful sometimes. It kind of whiffs, but
Yeah, I mean the other options
you
just don't
can't
seem
double
great.
zero.
I could see subtlety being used. It seems fine.
It honestly,
it is
I've had
good damage.
I've had decks that build a lot of influence and do that, and honestly, I kind of end up passing on subtlety because like I don't need more cards.
That's the thing is like it seems like I wouldn't want to spend influence to draw cards. I'd want to spend influence to do more damage.
Yeah, like intrigue is a far better use of influence there. So yeah, keep cool is probably the most useful of these. So Auric loves us because we didn't dig into his skull, and his boon.
That's a great phrase. So Auric loves us because we didn't dig into his skull.
Yeah. Reason we bought them more time to pay off their graft, but yeah.
No. I'm completely on board with this. Like that's a thing that in like I have this thing in our D&D group where it's like we put quotes that people say that just stand out, especially are great out of context.
Yeah.
And that would definitely be in there. And one from last night was like, "I'm the best damn axe this guy has ever wielded."
Yeah, we did really good by it. We went to bat for him, and so he's really happy with us.
No, I get it. Like my laughter indicates a delight, not scorn.
I don't know why I'm like trying to overclarify everything. Just like
probably Twitch instincts,
Yes,
social media. You can never ever clarify too much. /s.
Yeah. All right. Now we got 210 shills, so we could probably see if Flocka's got some affordable graphs we can look into.
Can I just say how much I like that the pose she does when you do? Go back to like the menu for a second, like what you just did. Or not.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that. See, when she puts her like as if she's thinking about stuff.
Yeah.
Like nobody does that in menus, and then they also have her go back to a neutral state because it'd be weird if it was a bit too long. Like that is.
I didn't realize
nobody
you
does
could click
that.
on her.
Yeah, that's unnecessary. So that dispels the illusion a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
But basically, like, just that little extra care is great. Almost 99% of games would just keep her in the exact same pose and wouldn't even think to do anything else.
Yeah.
That's
man. I think I just found the
extra love
trifecta.
there.
Your first attack each battle deals an extra 4 bleed. Oh man, I can't believe we found all the bleed graphs.
That's pretty great. That's pretty great. See, I am a luck charm. I'm a card indicator.
Yep.
Yep. Double cross, throws phone, and jumps on skateboard. Is that a mother flippin' Parks and Rec reference?
I wouldn't know.
I have to say, has any Parks and Rec is so great. I strong recommend, especially great in these horrifying government times.
Yeah.
It's very optimistic about people succeeding in spite of the system. But basically, it has this very unique final season because like one of the characters gets pregnant in the 6th season and is going to have babies, and that actress did not like working with like babies at all, just at all. And so they decided to do a micro time jump. Just to get them old enough to be toddlers and they could be like left at home and stuff and not be part of everything.
Yeah.
And so what happened is it's the only show that, because the show was already supposed to be in the present, so it had to do a micro time jump like 3 to 4 years in the future. And I have never seen a show taking place just that close in the future before.
Yeah.
And so they're like, it's like completely normal, and they're talking about Wi-Fi and stuff. But then they have like a few random things, like your iPad is also your skateboard.
I see.
And it was such a unique world building challenge.
So our first client is in trouble and about to get killed.
Well, that doesn't sound good. By
So
the way,
we're
what is
gonna-
our job here? Just muscle person?
Our job is bounty hunter, basically.
Okay.
We're
Very
known as-
socially well-adjusted bounty hunter.
We're known as a grifter, and also a hunter, depending on who's asking.
Okay. If we were a grifter and a lander, I would see where the name came from.
Yeah. We're gonna try and just convince her to leave. Save our health.
Yep.
Get back.
Don't you want to get all those bleed upgrades, though?
Oh, you're right. Probably could have just swung in. Oh well.
That's fine.
I mean, the thing is, I lost a lot of health on that very first battle, and I'm kind of wary.
Yeah, but we don't want to get to a doom spiral where we're like
Yeah.
not taking advantage of our build-up.
Yeah. All right. I need. Please give me a card that can do composure. Thank you.
Heck yeah. So here's a question: do the mechanics of negotiating feel different than the mechanics of fighting, or is the UI just basically different?
It feels pretty different. I don't know if like the mechanics on paper are much different. There's a fair bit of overlap, but there's also like things battle does that negotiations don't, and vice versa.
It's very interesting because like normally my instincts would say like, holy shit, don't differentiate the two different UIs for the same core, mechanics. But also I think that because the systems are so similar, it's like a unique place where you have to make the UI different just so that it actually feels more different.
Yeah.
That's actually very unusual. I'm learning things playing this game. That's really cool. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah. Go ahead and double our composure so we don't take anything.
Yep.
We didn't deal any damage, but we did add a little XP to that last bit. Oh, right. This person's argument style is if all of their damage is blocked, they just take 3.
What is that style called, by any chance?
I'll have to look next time if it comes up.
I would call that something like trolling.
Maybe. I'm sure it's something in that
internet
spirit where
internet troll. If they don't take the bait, they just take 3 damage.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh,
Attack a random enemy argument once for each enemy argument. That's pretty cool. It's a great sweeper.
There's, yeah, it's some negotiation targets deploy a lot of arguments. Some deploy only a couple.
So obviously the other two are what are the other two look like perfect for us. So we're like definitely not taking over bear, but I just want to say that I like having AoE options because sometimes designers throw in AoE fights and you just need some answer to that.
Yeah, there's a few situations where you need like something that hits everybody.
It's so funny how much of my instincts about game playing are based on, so here's what game designers do and here's what they do badly. Like, this shit's really hard to balance. I bet this is where we break the game. But yeah, obviously zero cost cards or solid point, which is basically a zero cost card, are like the answer.
Yeah,
because that's a common place you break the game too, actually.
Yep. I like solid point. I don't think our deck is positioned perfectly to really take advantage of it, but it is an influence engine.
Yeah, it's an influence engine, and also it's free.
Yeah. Those
are two very nice things.
And it'll accrue experience on its own. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, unplayable cards like this, if they have an effect as they get drawn, you don't have to play them to gain the experience there. So
that seems great.
They
actually, I didn't realize that was a mechanic.
We're about to upgrade 4 cards that we just built through experience and reusing them.
That's interesting. So just by playing stuff gets better. So that would also imply some other interesting stuff.
Yeah, so you do want to be like in battles and negotiations so that you're also upgrading your deck.
Like, I'm used to that just via literal upgrades, not like the option to upgrade whatever things you want, not the idea that you to play cards to upgrade them.
So here we have
But
a
I
choice
kinda like that.
between like upgrade to apply 1 more point of defense, or 1 more point of defense to all of my arguments, and we exhaust the card.
Interesting. I would say wide deflection is what we're looking for here, but I could be convinced otherwise.
I generally, unless I have like a lot of wide deflections already, I go for at least 1 wide deflection. Because like when I need it, I need it.
That's one of the example, and then the other reason is like it gets out of your deck, which is very nice.
And here we've got 2 expends, so either another wide deflection or apply 6 to 1.
Oh, interesting. There's like a miniature pool you can pull from, it looks like.
Yep, every card has, I think just 2. I think there's some that have like your basic like stabs and whatnot. They'll have like, you start with 3 and each one has its like own, or like it's like a pool of 8 or so, and you get pick 2 per run for each card, something like that. But like most cards, especially the ones that you draft, have just 2 upgrades. Or
interesting.
Yeah, but so
I think AoE stacks generally well. So like being able to just
having 2 wide deflections is probably really good for us overall.
Yeah, like I would be tempted to balance between like normal, but having like a 6 to 1 or 2 4 to alls just seems to set up some stuff. All right, so now it can just do more max damage or like super value if you destroy an argument. Like
if you like last hit an argument.
Yeah, with 0 to 3. It seems like definitely the first one.
yeah, I don't.
Like at least that's doing something. That's like doing a unique role in our deck at this point. By the way, the reason I've been so excited to get cards out of your deck has been because we have a draw engine now.
Yeah, we kind of do.
Which
there.
Makes me think we should go with the Threaten Clarity.
Yeah, destroy. Yeah,
just get out of our deck.
Play it, deal big damage, get out of our deck. Yep. And now Hiku loves us. If we have any allied bandits on the field, they'll have extra health. Don't know if that'll come up.
It's pretty funny that they have like the I'm blushing emote though for loves you, because it's like clearly the writers are not portraying it that way. It's just like, deep respect in this case.
Yeah.
unless that person's a tsundere or something.
Yeah. We do have a couple of
Barbarian Berserker Tsundere sounds like an anime I would watch. Well, I heard there's this amazing phrase in Community where this guy like is talking about this book he's writing. And it just sounds awful, and the guy, it's like the Adventures of Dean Dangerous, time traveling Dean extraordinaire, and obviously the guy's a dean. And like the guy, as he walks away, the guy says, "That is the worst book I'll ever read cover to cover."
Beshomatal.
Tu la so. Besho setio. Colpono pasu. Pocosia.
Zahulkia.
So we've got our day 1 boss here. And we can convince the bouncer to help us out.
Okay, that sounds good.
So yeah, we definitely want that.
Chotasso.
Kityopa.
Balshenbia.
So the core argument that has the double-edged sword is just double-edge.
Okay.
All right. We definitely want to win this one. Going after the dog. I kind of want the dog to stay. Could deploy bait. So they have to target that for a bit. Oh, I start with influence because Fish is backing us up, the bartender.
Oh yeah.
So...
You know what that meant, right?
Hmm? What?
Go fish.
Ah, go Fish, yes. Could get some more influence to back up. Oh, influence doesn't decay, but dominance does, which makes hostility a bit harder, even though it's potentially more powerful. Yeah, I'll just go for fast talk.
Persona kya?
Take 2, it's fine. This is the last fight
Yep.
of the night.
So do you
Or
like full
last-
heal up after the first like
You
8-hour rest or
you-
something?
Yeah, you sleep at the end of the day and you get a heal.
That's nice. I remember again, not like real life. It's like, what was that great line about the the most unrealistic concept in D&D is like feeling refreshed after 8 hours of rest.
Yeah.
Or it's like another one was like people play D&D to have, to escape into an unrealistic fantasy world where they have downtime between jobs to work on their personal projects and passions.
Oh, God, yeah. Ooh, we could get another setup. Ooh.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, double down.
Although, Abrupt
Nope.
Remark can be pretty fun because its evoke is whenever an opponent argument is removed or destroyed, and it makes you draw a card.
Literally every single time?
Yeah, every single time you destroy an opponent's argument, you draw a card. Period.
That is pretty good.
Yeah.
Does influence does what again?
Influence is the thing that makes our diplomacy cards deal maximum damage, and also Intrigue spends it to deal extra bonus damage.
So when we say we have 2 influence, like every time we play one card that's diplomacy, it does maximum damage and consumes 1 influence?
No, not necessarily. Only Intrigue actually has the effect spend 1 influence.
So having 2 influence means that we can spend 1 and we have max damage on all other ones?
Yep.
But if we were to spend both, we wouldn't have max damage anymore? So it's
Yep.
like a binary while you have influence thing?
Yep, it's a binary while you have influence.
That is confusing, but okay. Yeah, I can see a Abrupt Remark here. Like, we do have a draw engine going. But, like,
Do we have
yeah.
a draw engine going in our deck? In our negotiation?
I'm trying to get us there.
Yeah.
Like, we have that one card, that Solid Point, and I've been, like, suggesting we get cards that remove themselves and with wide deflections and so on to limit our deck size so we can maximize our solid points.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm trying to push us in that direction.
Yeah, right now I don't think we actually have a card that draws us, except if we pull one from Quick Thinking.
What I mean is, I actually used the wrong phrase. We don't have an engine that draws cards. We have a desire to draw a lot of cards.
Ah. Right.
Like we have a desire. We have an engine that is based around drawing.
We have a draw engine that needs some gas. So Abrupt Remark.
Yeah, that would be the argument. Setup is just generally good, but Abrupt Remark is delightful in some ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do Abrupt Remark. Good call.
All right, time to defend ourselves with some help.
We got a question. Someone is asking, is the guy on the Ergo card a different playable character?
Yes, actually. That is the second character.
Cool.
If this goes badly, maybe we'll see him.
See, that's the optimism. That's that good stuff. All right.
Alright.
That's been a while since we've been in a battle. So who's bleeding right now?
Whoever I hit first will bleed. Except
Probably
these two
the main dude then.
Yeah, these two are metallic, actually, so they are immune to bleed and wound.
Then we definitely have to hit the first guy first.
They also have Quitter, so if this guy goes down, then they'll deactivate.
Definitely have to hit the first guy first then.
So, wait, alright, I'm already starting with defense because of the boon. So I don't actually need to build up. I could apply defense to one of my allies here. Like the
Also
dog.
seems good. I would definitely start with a stab though.
Yeah.
Just make sure we get one on him and we don't accidentally fuck that up.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. And now, what is our thing? We do bonus damage to people that are bleeding?
Deal 2 bonus damage to targets with bleed, yes.
I say we just wail on the main guy.
Yeah, probably.
Like, we're gonna heal after this, right?
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of mechanics right now that are saying just nuke him.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. I just don't want our dog to flee, because if he does, we'll lose him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's no fun, doggo.
Alright, let's go ahead and make this a defensive turn. And now, little defense on dog, and stab, strain strike.
Yep. Yeah, this seems pretty easy right now.
We've done fairly well to make sure that we've got backup, and we're... Ooh.
All right. What does this one do? What's Focus Assault do again?
Focus Assault is if this is the only card in your
Got
hand.
it.
Yeah, which
All right,
is
we're not
not
gonna get
happen.
that done.
Sal's Dagger, Saber Grip, Hemorrhage might be pretty okay.
Yeah, it definitely seems Sal's Daggers is part of this.
Yeah, Sal's Daggers
It
allows...
has applies to bleed.
Yeah, allows us to improvise for the lead card, and then Hemorrhage allows us to add 3 and deal damage equal to so 7.
Yep.
And
Save Doggo or smash with Focus Assault.
let's save Doggo. That'll also max
All
out
right.
that defense card.
Cool. That is an extra fun component, being able to decide, like, well, if I play this card, I'm actually going to get an upgrade, and if I don't play this card, then I'm not. So we might want to play Stab here just to help it turn the corner. That's pretty interesting.
This fight's actually over. He's going to take 5 bleed and then probably get hit for 6 by the dog, which will kill him.
So we just max defense, or we play Stab here to get it upgraded?
Yeah, basically. We could also like try to knock him down just a little bit so that he doesn't die and we can accept his surrender, but I don't think we get a whole lot out of that.
And that is the main question about moral quandaries.
Yeah. What do I get? What do I get out of not murdering this man? I actually like to go for the surrender usually, if I'm being honest, but
Well, it's up to you.
we'll definitely play our full actions just so we can get more experience on some of these cards.
Yes, and Hamiltonian. This looks fun. Yes, it does. I'm just like, first time I've seen it. Newbie's showing it to me, and I am literally able to say, in my professional opinion, this is a good card game.
All right, so this is what happens when you knock down an opponent with morale. You can
Oh, cool. So
decide to
you have a
accept,
choices card.
choose to end the fight right now or just execute.
Got it.
So
All right.
we'll go ahead and accept their surrender.
Sounds good.
Actually, if we did kill them, we would get like an item card based off of them, which isn't always very
Boo.
useful. Yeah.
All right. I think we have to upgrade our battle deck.
Yep.
Hemorrhage is amazing.
Yeah, Hemorrhage is... Yeah, we kind of need to be all in on a bleed as much as possible, and building up bleed and like doing damage based off that all the time. Yeah.
Seems good.
Although tempted by Boulder Stance, but it's 2 for that ability, so Whenever you play a card, gain 1 defense. We're not actually playing like a whole lot of 0-cost cards or anything like that, so it's not that useful.
Right.
So
Whereas
yeah.
Hemorrhage is directly our build.
Yeah, Hemorrhage is just too key. Because we did a negotiation and a battle in this whole sequence, we get to draft both.
Cool.
Oh my goodness. Is that... Oh, that's tempting.
So this one expends all non-hostility cards in your discard pile. Probably don't want that.
No, I'm talking about ipso facto, which is kind of like...
Yeah, no, ipso
Abrupt
facto is
Remark.
obviously delightful.
Yeah. We're back on an influence deck, but yeah, I don't think I've actually gotten this one. This might be a card pack I might have recently unlocked, actually.
Cool. Let's try it out.
Yeah, because, yeah.
That would also be a good character name, ipso facto. Sounds very like Star Wars.
Yep. Choice
There's
here
something.
between-
What is it about Star Wars names like that is so distinctive? Because on the one hand, that's very impressive. On the other hand, they're so dumb. Like there's something about like a goofy sci-fi name. Like that's probably a Star Wars name.
I think that, like, part of mass appeal is that you have to have something that is just supremely silly that you can laugh at.
Yeah, I think so. There's something like I don't know, very distinctively goofy about Star Warsian names, which is weird because they also have like Bob every now and then.
Mm-hmm. Heal one is
Lobo's just kicking the nuts. Nice.
yeah. Low blow is just I mean, I think
Alright,
it's a figurative low blow because I think that it's a negotiation card, but
So, question: like, it seems like Feint of the Healer is like way better than. Oh, it's apply 6. That was apply 5.
yeah.
That's tricky. I think Feint of the Healer is still better.
Yeah, generally.
Yeah, see, that's my example, Tentratos. Luke is not like a silly name. That's the Bob example. It's the random Bob in the universe.
Well, he's like the farm boy from the Backwater Planet where they don't have like fancy lineages. He's the
They have like
everyman.
Uncle Owen, Aunt Beru, and stuff, and like Tashi Station and Jabba the Hutt, and just all those normal names. Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Not
but
really the
they-
same
but they knew him
sphere,
as
but yeah.
Yeah, but they knew him as Ben Kenobi. But then you got like Grand Moff Tarkin and Anakin and stuff, and that's kind of like And then you get those, and that's weird. Is like that name would not be like considered a correct name in Star Wars canon for a new character. Normally, it's like you need Cartho Nassi, like that's a Star Wars name.
Yeah.
Bastila Shan.
I'm also kind of curious about, kind of torn on this upgrade as well. Like higher minimum damage or gain 2 defense. I'm kind of leaning towards 2 defense because
I am definitely leaning towards 2 defense. Like we have better damage options when we need it.
yeah, our bleed engine's starting to get somewhere. So we're maxed out on battle graphs, so we probably should take a negotiation graft.
Yeah, and also Hamiltonian, like that's the inevitable collage of the Star Wars drafts evolving. They got much more literal in the later drafts and much less like faux spacey.
Well,
Like,
I think I
they-
have to take.
they-
Sorry, whenever you gain influence, deal 2 damage to a random enemy argument. I think we have to take
Yep,
that one.
yeah, well, you gotta take that.
I don't think
But
I've
yeah,
ever
like the-
had a loadout of graphs this synergistic.
I love it. See, it's the Felder muse,
Yep.
the Felder muse of card video games.
Then again, I'm also going through these a lot faster when I'm playing by myself, so I'm probably not paying as much attention.
I can believe that. But yeah, like if you look at like Star Wars, like a lot of the dark side of the Force was originally called the Bogdan Force, and like the good side of the Force was like the Ataru Force, and they'd have to use those words in sentences. Like that's the Bogdan, ignore it. So
Some things are
It
just
got a lot-
stretched too far.
it's actually funny how like Han Solo was like a frogman originally. Like a lot of times, like people talk about those poor creatives that are reined into like a mainstream thing, and a lot of the best things are often like the Blizzard approach to creativity. It's like hey, here's something wonderful and cool and creative. Now let's make sure that it's also accessible enough for people to actually be able to enjoy it.
Yeah.
And the ability to identify the core of imagination, but make it possible to engage with is like by far the hardest skill. It's very easy to get randomly creative.
Kushuko?
I remember reading about like this guy's like brilliant science fiction idea that was like this little fan fiction thing that like 20 people really loved, and it was like all based around what would non-carbon based life forms be like, and it was so far away from like anything that we could understand that it was like it was like the Dark Souls of fan fiction. You had to go like deep into wikis to even get your head around it.
Alright, so we gotta make a choice and pick between 2 opposing factions in order to get help after our target.
Okay.
We either can side with the Admiralty, which is the cops, or we can side with the Spree, which is the local bandits.
Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the world right now, and I would say the bandits are by far the less evil choice.
Yep. There we go.
Tashil Diaku?
Shasa Toto. Sia Koshor. Kyol Pasha.
Alright, working for Nadan, the leader of the Spree.
Soshusho. Kashoshe.
And the cop dislikes me now, but whatever.
They already disliked you.
Yeah. We also get
This being more public about it now.
also get a free card from them. Terrorize, which is sort of a last hit thing, or Assault, which is the next attack card is played twice. I think I'll pick that one.
Yeah, that seems really good. I mean, Terrorize is still a 1/8, no matter how you look at it. But
Yeah,
Assault
that's actually
is
very
just
true.
delightful.
It's 1/8 expend, 1/8 exhaust though.
Well, Assault is
yeah.
expend, so it's like
Yeah,
the
that's
question
true.
is what you're doubling going to be better than Terrorize? And I think the answer is still yes,
Yeah.
because you might double that poison stuff.
Yeah, if I double hemorrhage, that's a lot.
Yep, add 3, deal 3, then add 6, deal
Add-
9.
Yeah, deal like 9 minimum. Yeah, so
Mhm.
Assault it is.
Shadi.
Sosin Soko.
Chipateki. Cupatupo.
Designers love shit that's like double the next thing you do,
Yeah.
because it's so easy to write, and it's like pretty easy to program, and then it has so many opportunities and for crazy cool things. Like,
Yeah, it's an easy way to just break parity over your knee.
and it's very easy to like have a very simple amount of words with an insane amount of applications and opportunities. So like the number of times that it's just like, double the next this you do is just so much. Like, if you look, there's a whole like era in Hearthstone I call like the era of the clones or Attack of the Clones, because it's like there are so many cards that just say summon a copy of this creature, copy the next spell you play, double this, double your healing, summon a copy of this from your deck, and it's like do this but do it twice. And it's because it's just the easiest design that is elegant and fun, and good designers do stuff that is, elegant and fun.
This cop wants to just beat us up for no reason.
Well, I think we chose correctly. Yeah. The question is, do we assault it?
Probably. Well, if I
do we
did like
assault
if I
Saber
did
Grip?
like Assault Saber Grip might be.
All right, let's do assault Saber Grip.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But first, Elbow Strike to get that initial bleed on.
Cool.
Right. Don't. Oh, right, and Saber Grip will do extra damage because he's already bleeding.
Right.
I'm very
I
smart.
thought that's what you were going for. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's a good play.
Then go ahead and just. Oh wait, I already had defense to start. I didn't need to do that. I should have improvised.
You're gonna win.
Yeah. No, this is.
Yep.
This deck is starting to pop off now.
Yep. Smash him.
And he's
you're very
going
close.
to surrender. Yeah. In which case, we will just get some XP on our cards. And bleed. Down you go.
Yup. That's what we call a build. Tentretto, heya!
The dog needs to go too. It's not a quitter.
Oh no.
Okay.
This dog ain't no quitter.
All right.
I find this
which
very
is-
amusing for some reason.
Okay. Protect dog a bit. Go for stab. There we go. He'll go down too.
All right.
If enemies that are in panic for too long will eventually recover, if the fight doesn't end, they might regain like a little bit of health and their panic meter will drop much lower. So you kind of want to try to end all the, get everyone panicking at the same time.
That makes sense.
If you
Reminds
kill,
me of that
if
great
you ki-
Persona
if-
5 mechanic.
Yeah, if you kill an enemy as well, like an ally of an enemy, that might raise the other panic levels as well. That's also a factor. But yeah,
Right.
we're not here to actually murder him. We can't get away with it for free here.
What's counter? Is it just like spikes, basically?
Yep, it spikes.
Deal 1
You
damage?
Deal 1 damage per attack. Whenever you... For 2 is the big problem there.
Yeah, it looks like abilities just cost 2 though.
Yeah.
So I kind of like to have them often because it's just like, hey, if I have a chance to do it, I might as well. But this one seems meh.
Yeah,
Like,
for us,
the question is,
we don't have like a good like source of a lot of defense either. That would make that really profitable.
the thing is, that actually might be a build for us though, like going full defense and heavy bleed.
Yeah, you're right actually, because these 2 aren't great for what we got either.
Yeah, that would be one option. The other option would be just go full offense to max up the bleed damage, but I feel like that's just not going to be sustainable. I think going more defense oriented is, and then being able to like stack up bleed is a really good idea.
Counter. I wonder if counter also stacks.
Whoa! I just I was watching the auto translate. It's usually pretty good, but I just saw the top said these 2 aren't grateful to God, so the ability card.
Yeah. These aren't grateful to God at all. We'll take a chance on it. We'll see how it pans out.
Like, hello, Tentritto. Apparently, this is woe worthy. May the Keanu bless you well.
Okay then. And that was in the middle of just a random fight. So, anyway, back to what we were actually doing. What's our actual quest here?
That's a doggo person. I just want to pet him.
Elite to lose his current position. This seems to have some dirt on Elite. Maybe you can get some useful information from him.
Cool.
Okay. You can get them fired, make them quick, or just wipe them off the face of the planet, whatever is convenient. Well, let's see if this has some dirt.
Cool. I wouldn't mind doing some more combat.
Yeah, but I don't want to like pick a fight where there's like Admiralty guards and laborers.
I kind of want to beat them all up. But anyway, that's just my real world Rage Against the Machine channeling. It's not necessarily the best tactical choice. All right, let's get some information.
Maybe I can help you out.
All right, what's his argument style? This is the most interesting part to me. I want to know what the theming is.
His is defensive. Whenever I create a new argument, he gains 3 composure. That could actually be pretty bad for us. We tend to build a lot of arguments.
Do we even have the DPS for that, to break through that?
Yeah, that might be a lot.
So you start by doing damage before you create arguments, right?
Yeah, that's what I want to do is deal some damage, trying to get through his current composure before I.
Yeah.
That's the only attack card I have at the moment.
This is correct.
Could,
1. All right.
Could do that to get some influence, and then yeah, all right.
Sure.
Deal a little damage, get some influence. He'll get his composure. We're already in there. And when we get more influence, that stacks on top, so it isn't technically creating a new argument.
Oh, great.
Oh no, it does. However, setup is its own effect that does stack, but that composure will go away at the end of that turn.
All right.
Could expend. I don't know if I want to expend that right now, just to block 1 attack, but
take it.
yeah.
That's the opposite of taking it, but I'll accept it.
No.
I meant like take advantage.
I heard it was like take the option. Oh well. Right, he's got suspicion, which actually reduces my diplomacy cards, so I want to take that out, and I can destroy this card at the same time.
Cool.
And I got my draw card and my influence.
Love it.
Yep.
We're
pretty good for
should live or die. Yep,
pretty good for negotiations right now.
Pretty good for everything right now.
Yeah, honestly, this is.
We even have a dog.
For beginning of day 2, this is really actually quite strong.
Fantastic.
Question now is probably defend and intrigue.
So one thing I'm doing right now in my Mythos game, which is inspired by Theros, but it's like because I don't want to actually have to know Theros. It's like also I want a slightly different theming. Like I always like rip things apart, like digest them and spit them back out. So like Mythos's premise is like, hey, it's a setting right after the war against the Titans happened, and the gods are only now like figuring out what the fuck do we do now.
Yeah.
And they're still on cleanup duty from like so many of the monsters of the Titan blood are like running around. And so it's like it's the time of heroes because we need heroes to get this shit sorted out. We're just starting to build our first cities. We're figuring out our pantheon and so on.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. But the thing that I like about the most, because I'm a silly nerd like that, is I have created a Ubisoft style map with icons for quests the gods want done.
Huh.
So like it has Hydra icons, and it has favor attached to them, and it has like a temple icon, and the god of travel wants everyone to visit all the temples, and basically every time you visit a temple, the oracle tells you what their god wants done. And each god is basically its own faction, but you're also supposed to represent the whole pantheon. Players just ate it the hell up, and also like a design. And also, like one of the major ideas behind it was a good Ubisoft or Breath of the Wild sandbox session is all about you do a lot of small stuff every session, rather than like just delve one dungeon or something outside of the major set pieces. So basically, it's all split up to the fact that it's an open world sandbox where you do like 3 quests every time.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun to try to just wrap my head around.
Yeah, I did a Fallout style map one time where there were a lot of different like points to go to, a lot of map to cross, but my players just kind of generally like, you should prioritize the main thing we're here for, and kind of like charted like, you know, points of interest along the way, and that was about it.
Yeah, I'll send you a link through Discord. Let's see. This is what they found in session 1.
Ooh. Sorry, I'm just looking at the map there. All right. That's pretty cool. All right.
Yeah, that's all stuff that spawned in session 1. All right.
So this guy is Admiralty, and his core argument is abuse of power. At the start of his turn, Incept, which is to put on my board, and planted evidence argument, which when this argument is destroyed, deal 1 damage to my core argument.
I have to say, I like the idea that his main argument is like someone comes in and it's like, you know, rational or something, or emotional appeal, and he's just like, okay, I hear what you're saying, but I'd really like to abuse my power. Counter argument: abuses of power are fun.
I could arrest you right now. What do you think of that, smart guy?
Yep.
Some influence. Fast talk. The thing is, because we got the blackmail, he started at like 10 health, so he's gone.
Right. Actually, that gives me a great idea for like a philosopher.
The dog is going to finish him off.
I love it.
I
But, like, I'm
love
just thinking,
pets
like-
in this game. They're so good.
I was just thinking about like creating a philosopher character, like this great philosopher that no one can defeat in an argument, and like the players will be built up to like challenge him or something if they want to, and because one player always feels cocky about that stuff,
I don't like any
and
of
they'll
these.
go. And I like the idea of this character now, just based on what we just saw, of just being like a giant cyclopean philosopher in like Grecian robes and so on. And you go up and you get to lay out your mental argument, and then he just takes like a harpoon and just jams it through you, and it's like you have lost the argument.
Yeah.
Counterpoint is what. Oh god, his spear will be named Counterpoint.
Wow.
Oh, there's 2 winks here. Wink power overload.
Yep, there's quite a bit of winking going on. Thing is, I already picked Good Intentions last turn, which already spends.
Good Impression is a nice thematic design.
It is. It's very flavorful. I just don't actually like it very much.
No, but it's so flavorful. Aplomb seems to be the only option here.
Yeah,
Like we're surprisingly low on defense.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we're going to start being at an influence deficit, but
Okay, well, so that's reasonable. But like the other one was going to put us at 1-2.
yeah. All right, well, that's we convinced him to leave his job.
That's surprisingly easy to do in this world.
We had blackmail. Although, yeah, you're right. That's the second guy in this run. That's the second guy who just told him to no, just you deserve better than this. Man, we're already really good on battle graphs. Whenever you shuffle your deck...
So there's like is there a limit of 3?
Yeah, you can pay to have more graft slots installed, but they also cut into your maximum HP.
Interesting.
Because it is
All right.
cyberware that is literally installing into your body.
That is some nice design. Well, not necessarily nice design, but that is some. It probably is actually. Because the issue is, remember I said at the start, the way you beat this is you always take every permanent upgrade.
Yeah.
And they say like, aha, Dan, I know what you're thinking, so I'm going to make you only take 3 totals. You got to take the good ones. Like, god damn it.
Yeah. Probably just take the common negotiation graft.
Yeah.
You can like
This is just
you can overwrite them later.
Yeah, like this is just some good, competent system design. It's certainly not elegant, but they're doing the right things, and that is so important.
And this is still early access, so there's still room for improvement. But yeah.
Yeah, but you add stuff in early access. You don't remove stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Early access has never made a game more elegant.
That's true.
And before players tell me like the 4 times it did, but like.
Yeah.
But very rarely is stuff like tried in early access, and then it's like this system proved unnecessary. It's much more like, how do we add shit to this game? But I have to say, like, I'm just very positively impressed. Like, this is just well done.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it. And the thing I've kind of discovered, I was kind of musing about this the other day. Like, I don't know if I'm like really into like deck builders or like roguelikes or whatever, and then like Hades by Supergiant Games comes along. It's like, here's a roguelike with like, you know, characters that have lots of fun dialogue and incentivize you to talk to them after.
Oh, Hades is on my list. I need to play that.
And then here's Griftlands. Here's a deck builder where there's like an RPG like social elements. It's like, well, I guess I just wanted to read a book while I played these games, I guess.
There's a surprising number of games that fall into that category.
This is I can restore my resolve. I don't need to, but I could spend 20 of my resolve now to increase my max resolve by 5, but like I'm starting pretty low. I don't think I can actually afford to do that. I'd be going down to like 12. And otherwise this place is useless to me.
These are compelling questions you raise. Where are we? So we have. So what are the options here again?
This is a meditation spring limited time event.
Okay.
So
we.
You could we can heal a lot of resolve in exchange for a little HP, or increase our maximum resolve by a small amount in exchange for a lot of our current resolve. Resolve.
Are we like at max right now?
Yeah, but we have 32 total right now. We could increase it to 37 and go down to 12.
Oh, I see. We'd lose we lose a huge amount of resolve to gain a small amount of max resolve.
Yeah.
These all seem, but the other two are useless though right now.
Yeah, they're useless right now. I thought that I didn't think this would be like such a huge cost, but
I mean, doesn't seem great.
No. But the other one was like an item card, like a one-use item card, and whatever.
All right, two minor things then. Probably it's more supposed to be a catch-up mechanic. It looks like.
Yeah,
like, oh shit, you get like a bunch of free healing.
Yep, that's exactly what that's for. We need more battle stuff. Let's see if we can hire a mercenary. Whoa, hello.
Hey, I remember Teak.
Been a while.
I don't like the Admiralty. We should beat him up.
Agree to protect them. Get behind me.
Like if we currently have like the best, whatever they're called, like upgrades, relics, whatever they are, we should be using them before the enemies get harder, because we're at this current like power peak.
Yeah, and the graphs also get XP per battle as well. So
we should probably be definitely fighting him then.
This one we need to. This one we're just straight up gonna. Wait, it's this guy again.
He doesn't learn, does he?
He really doesn't. All right.
We have to attack him this turn in order to get our bleed thing going.
Yep. Yeah. And I've already
We
I've
can
got
defend
4
more of the
defense.
other ones.
Yeah. I think I will get 1 defense up. So
Yep.
I got 8 out of 10, and then hit for another. There we go.
Mhm.
Okay. There's our hemorrhage. There's our spines as well.
Tempting, but it seems we could just hit them really hard this turn.
Yeah.
We're definitely playing hemorrhage, right?
Yeah. Hemorrhage. 6 damage. It'll
Okay.
take 6 at the start of his next turn.
And we can actually get the focus assault played free, right? Like if we
We'd have to play spines, which would take 2 of our actions. Well.
wait, why? No, like
Oh wait,
you
all right.
play...
Discard that. Well, I'd be 1 action short actually. Strain Strike, discard spines. I'd have to play Faint of the Healer, and I'd
Oh,
be
it
at 0
doesn't
actions.
autoplay. It doesn't autoplay. Okay,
It's an effect. It's an effect when you.
got it. All right.
Actually,
So I think just
is it? No, it would. Yeah, it would have to be. It's not.
well, we can find out.
No, it's. I know it's that. For a second, I was like,
All right.
maybe it is, but no, it's definitely not.
All right, let's play defense then, and then play the focus assault.
Yeah.
I have to say that the focus assault seemed absurdly overpowered when I thought it was autoplay, so this seems more reasonable.
Yeah. Dog has some very useful turns sometimes. And he's gonna bleed and panic next turn, so we can just focus on the dog.
Dog and dog. I like it. I'm feeling this is a very dogged encounter.
Haha.
These enemies, one might say these enemies are dogging us.
Let's see. I think we'll assault. Actually, assault stab with a stone.
Yep, assault the better one.
And this, actually, nope. He'll. Well, we should do it anyway, just because it'll max that out.
I would feint.
And.
Oh wait, that was enough to drive him away. Never mind then.
Yep.
All right, accept defeat.
That's what you get. Nah.
Better if you have more cost twos and so on.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just you're paying for something you don't know what it is.
Yep.
Maybe it upgrade really, really well or something.
Perhaps. Actually, we can check. It upgrades it to either lose the exhaustion or draw 2 cards. They cost 0 until played.
That one makes that one is actually useful.
Yeah.
But I don't want to go in for that.
Yeah, no. Man, none of these are great. We could just decline and get a little cash.
Yep, that seems reasonable. What's a wound?
Wound is attacks deal that 1 bonus damage to that target per wound and reduce stacks by 1 at the beginning of their turn.
Better minimum damage is probably better.
Yeah, this one, yeah. It's not. Yeah.
Somewhat debatable, I suppose. Like, the average damage between 2 and 5 is like 4 already, so we only increase it by like 0.5.
Yeah, basically.
Shokasasa.
I guess that's 3.5. So it's
man, sorry, we got
Yep,
a really good
I see.
boon.
So good.
I forget you're on less of a delay.
Well, I see the I see your normal screen share, but I also have this. The text is actually pretty blurry, so I'm also watching the Twitch stream. So I'm watching like 2 timelines. It's delightful. I have 2 monitors, so I'm watching both.
So yeah, our first hit every battle just adds bleed and deals a ton of damage. So I love the social boon system. I really like it a lot.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. I'm gonna have to take a look at this deeper. Maybe make some people at work play it.
I am glad you're intrigued. That's. I feel like that reflects well on my taste.
It's in all humility, it certainly does. Sorry, I couldn't resist it. I couldn't resist it. But no, this is well put together. It's well presented. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. Yeah, I can see why you like this.
Someone got ganked. Could loot the body, but whoever did this might still be around. Let's try it.
I sometimes feel like bandits are like anglerfish, where it's like, I remember reading this great monster called like there's a guy who basically creates these incredibly creative, like beautiful, haunting RPG books that are considered like just straight up works of art. Like most of the adventures are almost completely unrunnable, but the fact that and yet people think that often hold them up as some of the best ever made. And the reason is because like they just read so evocatively that you just sort of have to say they're the best, even though they're like unplayable. It's very interesting. And the reason I hold it up is that his style has one very specific quirk, and a lot of these indie RPG people have these very specific quirks like this because there's no team of editors or licensing or brand pillars. It's just whatever they feel like doing, and it reflects their personality. And his specific quirk is beautiful, haunting, incredibly evocative, chilling prose and puns. Just lots of puns. Like, he'll on the one hand be talking about the 12 breeds of darkness, the stippled dark, jealous dark that hates the light and leaves strong fingers stretching down with ashen crumbs upon the rocks. And then he'll be creating his monsters, and they're all clearly pun first and then deep chilling lore later. And like you read the name, you're like, what the hell? And you read the monster, like, oh my god, that's amazing. And then you read the name again, you're like, what the hell? And it's like a good example is the Angler Lich. And it's like this chilling concept of this like deep eldritch horror that creates villains to draw heroes and creates heroes and slowly trains them up and makes them more heroic and symbols of hope, and then devours all of that. Like, wow. And it's like, oh, that's cool. That's really a cool background villain concept. The idea that it intentionally does that sort of, start with weak minions and stronger minions to build them up and fatten them for the ultimate harvest. Like, that's cool. But it's still called an Angler Lich.
Yeah, when you put it like that.
And so many of them are like that. Like I'm trying to remember some of like the Python, and it's like the slithering, crusty, like horrible, like made by the Queen of Hearts thing, and it's like because it's a pie and it's a snake.
I'm really tempted by Barnacle here.
Yeah,
it's 2. It could become 1 in an upgrade. Apply
2 bleed, then gain defense equal to the target's bleed. Yeah, that does attack and defense. Those are the 2 things we care about.
Yep. Like, and if this was feeling too expensive, I might pick up readiness. But yeah, this is.
Yep.
Like, I'm worried it might be like too expensive, or like it might not come at the right time, or if I haven't built up enough bleed. But
then just play other cards. You're not usually having more actions than card plays.
Yeah, man, I'm kind of loaded actually right now.
Yeah, you also have guaranteed you've guaranteed bleed in this game right now.
Yeah, that is actually very true.
Mm-hmm.
Another day older and deeper in debt. Find a way to either make money or pay it back slowly. All right. Borrowed money from one of the guards, but the boss doesn't give me enough shifts to pay it back. And he's probably gonna kill me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How do we spend money? We seem to have a lot of that.
There's some shop areas. There's places to get mercenaries, and then there's like the night shop where you can like remove cards, get crafts, that sort of thing, get pets.
So we're not interested in buying stuff?
We weren't buying. I mean, we actually gained a lot of money today.
Okay.
We just haven't gotten to like a shop I'm interested in yet.
It's amazing how many games like have leaned more and more into like getting loot from combat because it's fun and farming, and then like getting most of your abilities are like inherent powers to your character and stuff like that. And then they like, so what's the point of gold again? And a lot of RPGs, both in video games and also in just like tabletop RPGs, really struggle to answer that question.
Shills are actually pretty important here, but
I believe it. I'm just saying, like, it's actually surprisingly funny how hard a lot of games, like, they feel like they're supposed to give you gold. I think my favorite example is Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, which is like this surprisingly well done Yu-Gi-Oh! Game on mobile.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's like surprisingly good. It's also terrible, but like when it does well, it does extremely well. When it does poorly, it does extremely poorly. But one of the things that's extremely poorly is gold. I remember like asking the community, what exactly do you spend gold on? Because there's like 6,000 shops, and it's like the answer is nothing. It has no actual use.
Yeah.
You like technically you could spend it at this one location to get like common cards that nobody would ever want. But you just collect gold as a reward. It has actually no sink. It's just something you collect endlessly because, like, the devs felt they needed to give you gold and didn't have any place to spend it. Oh, Hamiltonian also says, also, happy birthday!
Yep, thank you very much. Sorry, that came pretty late, but
still the same day.
Yeah. Sorry, I mean, like, in terms of reading the comment.
Yep.
I have the chat monitor. I have the chat monitor and the actual game screen on slightly different monitors, so like I have to turn my head. It's the hardest thing in the world right now.
It surprisingly is. Like, another fun fact, like on our players, like on Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, just discovered. So there's this thing called challenges. Okay, so there's a system called challenges, and you're supposed to, and like, there's like several different ones every day, and you're supposed to play them all like 5 times each. And once you beat them all at a certain tier, you can auto-complete them because you've like earned that privilege because you've shown that you're just so far above it that you don't need to actually play through them anymore. But you still want to complete them every day for the farming, right?
Yeah.
So the thing is, you have to play because there's like 3 of them, and you play them all like 3 to 5 times each. You go in and you press the sim button, and then you sim it again, and then you sim it again, and then you sim it again, and you go to the next one, and you do that like pop up the dialogue windows like a bunch of times. And the community just realized that on the main challenge screen, there's a button called multi-sim that lets you just auto-complete the whole thing. And so many people, it's been in the game for months, and one person took a screenshot of it and circled it and said, "Does people know this was here? I've been doing this for what?" And everyone's like, "What? What? That's there? That's, oh my god, it's in the game!" and the reason is because even though it's a very small phone screen, the way it's set up is you see the pictures at the bottom of each challenge, set up like, magic cards effectively. At the bottom of each challenge is like, go do this challenge button, right? Like play the challenge.
Yeah.
So you're looking at your eyes are drawn to the center of the screen, drawn to the pictures. They go top to bottom of the picture. They hit the play button, and all the way in the upper right corner is the complete all challenges automatically button. So people have been missing this button's existence for forever, and I didn't know it was in either.
Wow.
And I'm a dev at the studio. So my point is, don't feel bad about not noticing something on an entirely other screen.
Oh boy, yeah. UI design, yeah, UX, it's great. Everyone loves UX.
It really is. Oh my god, they're finally starting to figure out that the UX designers should like be in charge of stuff.
Yeah, kind of. I took a UX class in at DigiPen, and it was arguably like one of the most like helpful classes I ever took there.
Absolutely. Whenever any designer asks me what they should be studying, like, what should I read? Theory of fun and this stuff? I'm like, no. Just read UX. Everything else will happen naturally. And they're like,
learn how to do mock-ups and talk to artists and programmers. That's it. That's it.
That's like all my growth areas right now are just trying. Like, I've had a super layman's understanding of XD and UX this whole time. And that alone has put me so far ahead. Because like the idea that, hey, but how will players know that this is here? Is just so foreign to designers. A lot of classic designers are like, I design the feature, then you figure out how to make good UI out of it. And it's like, if you can't do if the UI is complicated, it's because the design is complicated. Like you can it's not clear which element matters more. It's not clear what players should be really caring about. There's a lot of superfluous information and shit like that. And so the thing is, UI design is already pretty bad in games. And then the very few ones that are really good, like the internal tools that we use to make games, are terrible. Like, just the amount of extra stuff you deal with when something is for a corporate customer, or just the internal thing, instead of like for players, is just massive. So like, there's this massive shortage of good UI UX people, and we desperately need more.
Yeah.
Luckily, I'm working with some right now. We just hired them, and they're great.
Sweet.
And it's just instantly amazing how I was just like sweating for like weeks on tool designs and features and screens, and because I just know enough to know how bad I am at it, and like, and yet I'm one of like the better people of the designers at our studio. And then we have this person come in, and it's just like, yeah, do this, and oh, by the way, you're gonna worry about how to look on these types of computers versus these types of computers. And it's like, oh my god, this is so much better, and I can't even put my finger on why.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Yes, UI design, Nick GX. Do you do UI design or something, or are you just a big fan of menus?
I think
I'm a big fan of menus.
Just cheering for UI design, or just like sarcastic, like UI design, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, it is so good. It's fun fact. A new term. They're sort of creating a new term called XD, or experience design.
Huh.
Because everyone got sick of saying UI UX.
Yeah, that's fair.
But also because the problem I have with it is like, isn't that what I do? Like, I do I design part of the experience. But I definitely am not what people think of as an XD designer.
Nice. Nick's agreeing it's important.
Yes, it is important.
Do I have cards I just want to get rid of?
Yes, that 2 out of 5 for one thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost close to upgrading, but... You know.
I guess. There's an elbow that's like 3 still. Also close to upgrading, but like, you gotta get rid of something at some point.
Yeah, I do. I need to... We're at the point where I need to start hemorrhaging cards. How about negotiation?
Speaking of hemorrhage enemies.
Oh, yeah. Actually, a good way to look at, like, you know, candidates for removal is like, what are you not using based on their XP amounts right now?
Yep.
I'm honestly not a big fan of a plum.
Yeah.
It's two influence is a lot still, but I don't know. But we still kind of need the defense somewhere. Yeah, I guess like either the elbow strike probably for battle, and then for negotiation, maybe like maybe this threaten, or the fast talks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fast talks at least are useful for us. Threaten I would get rid of.
Yeah. All right. Be a clean $100 for the total.
Yep. I like how it's like you have to pay someone to remove things from you. It's like a junk hauling service.
It's like we're training. Whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. Whoops. Well, I just lost our pet.
Why?
I misclicked.
Oh, dang it. Well, let's get another one.
Yep. Let's get Hellion.
It is these games really need some sort of undo button for that shit, because it's like roguelikes. Losing a roguelike to a misclick is just so rage quit inducing.
Yeah. Make it like Into the Breach, where you just briefly warp back in time. Once per encounter. Yeah. Shuglets are actually pretty good. Go ahead. We have just enough to upgrade him, too. He's not going to be trained, but he'll be stronger in battle. Alright. Well, that was unfortunate, but we still have enough to remove a negotiation card. Actually, we kind of came out ahead. I wish we lost a trained pet, but ah well. All right. Here we go.
By the way, because of working on Mythos, the Greek mythology thing,
Yeah.
I'm reading some Greek mythology, and I think my favorite thing about it is like a lot of the names are like really big and epic, and like Poseidon, Dionysus, you know, and some of them have like survived to modern lingo. So you're like reading a myth that about like Dionysus met with Cletus, and Cletus helped him do some shit, and you're like, what? And it's just there's some really fun names that have survived to like be Simpsons parodies of archetypes or something, and it's like and you'll just run up to like Dionysus traveled and met with Diane and Cletus, and it's like, okay, that's great.
So this guy's spree, so we're gonna stop him from getting bounty hunted. Shrooglets, they continually build up power. They are armored, so they just gain defense every turn, and their attacks can heal them.
That's nice.
So I found them to be
let's
very
waste
effective
this.
pets. Yeah.
All right, let's waste this guy.
All right.
So how do our synergies work? Do we automatically apply a flat amount of bleed on our first attack?
On our first attack, we deal 4 bleed and plus 4 damage just straight up.
All right, so we should start with the smallest attack then, right?
Yeah, I kind of want to use Barnacle.
Yeah, I think we should use Barnacle first.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll just do Rooted Stab.
Yeah, we're not actually taking damage this turn, so...
Yeah, Barnacle's a little bit unnecessary, actually, but what else would we do? A Fight Dirty would be improvise or something?
Yeah, but it's like, depends on like what are this pool of cards, which could be...
Let's improvise. I think we should just straight out triple smash him.
Yeah, you're right. Ooh, apply to wound would also be good.
Yep,
here.
yep, that's good. Let's grab that. And also that puts the bleed +4 on, which is great because then we have a bonus damaging people with bleed on the other two.
Yep.
All right, be careful. Discard not the attack we're gonna play.
Yeah.
So,
There we go. Dealt
right, that was
25
some
damage. Well, 29 with the bleed, so yeah.
yep, that feels pretty good.
That guy cleaved him, which means bleed no longer decays. You're my best friend.
Oh, that's so good. All right, so we assault here. Do we Sal's daggers first,
Sal's daggers to get Saber Grip.
and then we assault Saber Grip?
Yeah,
Yeah, assault Saber Grip.
yeah. Got 8 bleed on him.
Sweet synergy.
We can just do both of those. Yeah, we'll do
Yep.
that. And that extra damage from bleed just stacks up. He's already going to surrender this turn.
Yep. We are good at this game.
Yeah, wow. I haven't gone in this hard on bleed before, but my goodness, it does work.
Yep, that's the thing. Just sense those synergies and go in on it. The designers put them there for a reason.
Yeah, no kidding. I don't particularly like any of these. Target practice maybe if I want like a little bit of AoE, but
It's kind of efficient.
yeah, actually one for like 4 to 10 damage. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's only one target, it'll hit him twice. So I think
Seems reasonable.
actually will that?
And also,
I don't know.
Also, I think it does based on the philosophy of never waste the damage, but maybe I'm wrong. Like design philosophy that they're doing so far has been don't waste it. If it was more like nope, this doesn't work, overkill doesn't work, I would say yeah, they're going around that. But either way, I would take it. Like it's twice as good as a normal thing that you have of the normal 2 to 5s. And
For Pete's sake. No, we're not taking and your draw pile's empty. No.
what does this do?
If it's the
and
only
your
card in
draw
your
pile's
hand
empty.
and your draw pile's empty,
Yeah, never gonna happen.
never gonna happen.
Neither of these things are gonna happen.
Neither of these things are
but
gonna
we might as well
happen,
take
but-
the second one.
Yeah. There's no actual
Yeah, just take-
boost to damage or anything. So.
Yeah, just take the other boosted assault.
So Sal's daggers is pretty unique in that you can kind of lean more towards combo cards now or bleed cards now, but we're going to go for bleed.
I wonder which one we're gonna choose.
My goodness. And here's, you could do a draw card stab or another stab of the stone.
I think getting defense is better than drawing a card for our combat deck.
Honestly, yeah, we've got enough like bleed stuff that
Sena.
Takuho.
we can just work from turn to turn.
Tishuako.
Sonhoki.
Tutenasho. Sasoantu.
You're quite welcome.
That's adorable.
All right, let's actually go home. Although the day's probably not over.
Krogan is a great name for a deck.
Sokada.
Shapopa.
Dona Hosu. Kusupape.
Oh, it's...
I like one of those two things.
Anything interesting? Oh, that stops being useful pretty quick. No, okay. Rest in the back.
Kil Shonisha.
Someone came in looking for us earlier.
Tosa Sapu. Kia Subako. Depotasa.
No. You're a friend.
Yeah, maybe it's a friend. Let's just go to bed now.
Probably won't be attacked tonight.
Sonasuke.
Of course, it's an assassin.
Hey, did I call it or did I call it?
There was a moment where I was like, what happens today? That we didn't get a boss fight. Oh, right, it's day 2.
I straight up called it. I had no idea, but it's like, hey, someone's looking for you. Time to go to bed. Like, yeah, I think I know where this is going.
So let's attempt to demoralize the assassin before we fight.
That sounds fun.
Shosha.
Makupara.
Gives in an existential crisis to help in the coming battle.
Woo!
He's got
We're not kidding. That's a real thing.
Yep. And it's basically a status that basically continually builds up his panic meter, and he's got these arguments here that we have to get at least one in order to unshield his core argument, but if we are confident enough to go for all of them, we can stack on up to 10, which will just shoot up his panic meter.
You know what's funny to me? Is existential crisis can mean both a crisis about the nature of existence and a crisis that is a threat to your existence. Like, an asteroid hitting Earth would be an existential crisis. And people thinking about the fact that an asteroid might hit Earth at any time is an existential crisis.
Sip your coffee.
Okay. Unfortunately, because our pet isn't trained, he doesn't stick around for past the first turn anymore.
I think it's just gravy that pets ever help out in negotiations.
Yeah, it's really good. We don't have any of our influence up at the moment. So all we can really do is probably some composure and fast. Oh, we got 5. We'll just do fast talk.
Lipokil.
He does have the double edge core argument, so blocking is very good against him. Here we go.
Sokalsuso. Sapyoko.
There we are.
Kashotika.
Probably that.
Dia Shakipia.
I don't know if we're gonna go for the triple here, because he's building up impatience with the more we get, but this is also the last negotiation of the night.
Shukudeka. Piapotuku.
Let's play defensively. And probably I want to know what you're doing. Yeah, okay. Well, that worked out very well. Alright, we need to start going for the kill now.
Shukote. Sokal suso. Shukuteka.
Now took some damage. Okay.
Right. You are defeating this assassin's arguments.
And we're fatigued, so no more XP.
No!
Tia Shakipia.
By the way, I didn't really understand what you meant by the no more XP thing until like I understood the cards being played. That is a very important mechanic to prevent just endless snowballing to endlessly
Yeah.
grind.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's funny though because it kind of creates a soft incentive because you can only max out a certain amount each time.
Topico.
Like it creates a soft incentive to always hit the limit because you can't ever like bank forever if you need to.
There is that, and there is an incentive to like you do want to be going for it, but
Piepotuku.
Yeah, the fact that the more times you play cards in a single thing, the more power you get is probably a bad idea. Like if you don't really think about it too much, you just try to win. It's fine, but the incentives are definitely pushing you even more towards turtle. When the whole thing I was originally praising was getting away from that problem.
yeah.
So I think that the individual XP on cards is
the
probably
impatience mechanic is more the can get you into real trouble if you turtle for way too long.
Yeah, and that's fine, but like I think it's probably not worth the individual level ups thing. I could be wrong, but I think that you can probably just do that between more just general pick what you want to upgrade things. It does have some advantages, but I think that is an unnecessary mechanic with all the other progression systems that they have going for them. If they had fewer other progression systems, I would say that made more sense to lean into it. Now, note, being unnecessary doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that you probably don't need it. It's a little feature creepy.
A little bit, yeah. I like it.
Meeks, yeah. A lot of systems that are feature creepy are actually delightful. Dark Souls actually has several systems, like the weapons progression system is the most unnecessary stuff ever.
Kind of is, yeah.
And it's super misleading how it works, and you can upgrade your weapon and make your weapon weaker and all sorts of horrible things.
Yeah.
But I still enjoy it. I like trying to figure out like how I'm gonna break the system of, I'm gonna use a non-scaling weapons path like lightning or fire so that I don't need to worry about stats for theirs. I can do this other thing and I can get my advantages and I'm just I'm so smart.
Yeah.
Like I enjoy a lot of thorny systems that are necessary are still good. The question is whether the good will just the emphasis in the strategy will just shift somewhere else if you remove it. By the way, Nick has a great line. I'm on your side is an interesting thing to say to an assassin.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right.
I don't like any of these. Overbear is still interesting, but like it's not really worth adding another card to the deck.
Yeah, I'd say just decline. This is actually one of the the trend of giving you gold if you decline was definitely designed to help make this more feel better.
Yeah.
Because it is very often that you just after your deck gets going, you just don't want to add stuff, but it still feels bad. More games like Monster Train also has a system where they do that. By the way, if you do nothing else with Monster Train, I would watch the launch trailer because it is a trip. It's like the most intense thing ever.
Here's a couple upgrades that I think both are pretty good. One is for a broken mark, when any argument is removed or destroyed, or draw 2 cards when an opponent's remark is destroyed. Preferably, you want more of your enemy's stuff, but we tend to generate and drop a lot of arguments as well.
Yeah, I'd say let's just go with wide remark.
Yeah.
By the way, I really like there's the naming conventions are stretching there. Wide remark.
Yeah.
I probably would have called it like broad declaration or generalization.
Yeah.
Clarity fast talk, stone fast talk. Yep, okay, the names break down.
Yeah. They break down pretty hard. Kind of tempted to take the destroy, but it is also this gives us defense.
Yep, we're a little low on defense, I feel like, for this stuff.
A little bit, yeah. And 3 damage and 3 defenses for 1 is pretty reasonable.
Yep, I'd say keep that.
Yeah. Same thing.
Now we could take. Now we could. This one's visionary. I think visionary is better. I could be wrong.
A little bit of card draw, and this is another like special starter, unique one where it's like you can lean more towards hostility if that's where you've been going, or lean more towards diplomacy. You still kind of get
diplomacy is.
you still get like the hostile option you started with the basic one, but you now get 2 advanced ones for diplomacy.
I think diplomacy is better.
Yeah, we're definitely a diplomacy deck. Look at all that green.
Kepopopa.
Yep.
All right, now we actually have to fight, and we get. I think we get initiative. I think so. No.
Sotsiet.
All right. Well,
Okay.
let's just wreck him.
Yep.
Hemorrhage, right?
Yep. Is that gonna give 7 or?
I don't know. We can take it. We can do
Yep,
one of the
it
other
is.
ones if we want.
Yep. It is.
Fantastic.
I think it only dealt 3 damage. I think it applied the
Yeah.
4 bleed after. All right.
That's what I was concerned about. We could have like done one of the other ones first for that, but all right. Why don't we try out target practice? See if it works.
Ha! Yep. It double hit. All right.
See, you gotta just get. I read the developers' minds through their design ethos.
Okay. Probably want to build up.
Composed fast talk
530.
doesn't fit with the font. Yep, I think something like defensive fast talk would have been better. Also, you could have just avoided the. You could have just changed the names more, like rough words would have been fine, or fast talk plus, and then just read it.
Oh, all right. Assault, hemorrhage.
Yup.
Oh, look at that damage. Oh, this
Isn't
is-
it just delightful?
It's so good. Yeah, this is probably going to be a full run. If we're like raffle stomping this guy.
Yep. We seem to do that a lot.
Let's see.
Remember in Monster Train as well, like the first time I played it, I just did a full run. I wonder if that might be tuned to allow that, but I wouldn't bet on it. Maybe. There's different philosophies around tutorials for
He
roguelikes.
is going down, so let's just play cards to
Yep.
play cards.
Definitely keep trying to upgrade hemorrhage.
Yeah, there's no way I'm killing him, so alright. Could execute him, or send him packing.
What's the advantage of each?
I think we get an item if we execute him. I think he just, I think there's a social thing if you let him surrender and walk away.
Well, I mean, we don't really care so much about the items so far.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and surrender. Alright. Doom is a trap. Not gonna take Doom.
Really?
I
mean, I can believe it.
I've
We
taken
don't need it.
I've taken it and I've never saw fit to use it.
All right.
Because like double from like 12 and he's got like 118 or something. Gotta wait for it to
Yep.
come back around again.
Yeah, it's only. Well, question: can you double it and then double it again?
Yeah, you can. If it comes back around.
I can hear the disappointment of multiple runs in your voice. All right, Echo Strike is.
But like
what's
it's
combo?
three
I
it's
keep
your
asking.
entire turn to do that. It's 3.
No, I get it. I
Yeah.
get it. I just don't in the way that the way that the turns have shaped out so far. I don't view a dead card in our current deck to be a terrible thing.
You do
As
have
long
a
as we don't
point
get
there.
as long as we don't get too many of them. I'm not saying
Right.
we should pick it. I'm just saying like my question is just is the upside high enough? And probably not. Our attack our attack plan is much more like spike people down rather than like spread out the love and then doomed to take out everybody. So I don't think it's necessary. It's just like the fact that it's dead a lot at this point, if it has a high upside, is interesting. But I don't think it's...
Yeah, I don't think it's a high
worth
enough
it.
upside with, like...
So what's one combo exactly? I keep asking this, but it's interesting
combo
enough to
is...
stick in my head.
Combo is just a resource that Sal can generate, and a lot of other cards play off of that.
Oh, it has no inherent uses?
It has no inherent uses now.
Okay.
Like, I've built a combo deck, and it can work pretty darn well, but we don't have any of the toolkit for that. Like, none at all, so...
Just seems like a decline situation here.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, these aren't good. Oh, Appeal to Reason is the bomb of the Diplomacy deck.
Seems good to me.
If you
I like
build
bombs.
Yep. Just 0 for 6.
One of the things I like about them also is that YouTube's like child-friendly like censoring thing has forced a lot of Super Mario Maker creators to refer to bombs as explosive devices. So when they're talking about their runs, like, so I'm going to use this explodey device to do this thing because otherwise their flag is like not child-friendly.
Wow. Against heal 4 expend, that's pretty okay. Or remove a random debuff is probably actually better. If we get
that seems
wound
better.
and bleed, yeah.
Yeah, that could just solve problems.
Capiapo?
Shoheso.
Shinshakasi.
Oh right, we can get fish to dispose of the assassin or to let the assassin go, and they will like us, I guess.
And what's the cost of the first one?
Nothing. It's just I haven't actually picked this option. I just always let the assassin go.
Well, up to you.
Now we'll just let him go.
Sis Hanapi.
Kashisa.
Pashometal.
Senatokina.
Mashoti.
Alright. We are full on graphs. Let's see if we've got anything better.
Huh. Gain 1 action at the start of your turn is super tempting.
Yeah.
Gain 1 action at the start of your turn. Battle cards, upgrades, multiple upgrades now have 1 option fewer. Getting extra actions is good, but are any of our battle options
all of our battle graphs are bleed focused.
Yeah.
We have a full deck there, and we want to keep
Yeah,
it.
we should probably just keep that. All right, so let's look at the negotiation one, I guess.
At the start of your turn, reduce the cost of a random card in your hand by 1 until played. That's actually pretty strong. And probably
Gotta be better than Pocket Bomb. Yeah.
Way better than Pocket Bomb. Yeah.
And I think our combat deck is better than our negotiation deck right now anyway, so it makes sense to bolster the negotiation
Honestly,
deck.
like, I love talking options in video games. I tend to go heavy on the negotiation, but like our combat deck is actually very good right now.
Yup.
I am not too worried about getting to fights. Alright, day 3.
Basekoa.
Sanaposo. Katekimina.
I've seen some tabletop RPGs like looking to explore more like make roleplay more combat oriented. Like actually have more combat systems for it.
Yeah, I've had thoughts about that sort of thing as well. Let's see.
My thought process has always been like, why?
Yeah.
But you know, this is kind of fun too. I mean, it is fun, but it just, I don't know, like, to me, the value of those two systems is less that people want to be in combat all the time, but they want an excuse but they want to thematically roleplay, therefore you should just use combat systems for everything, and more is role-playing, exploration, and combat are ingredients in one delicious cake.
Yeah, kinda. I like the negotiation system in this because I feel like the alternative would be something like picking all the right dialogue options.
Yes. That's the thing is, within video games, I think it's a little bit different because unless you do like Mass Effect, where it's just let's just talk to like kind of get to know each other. You can have very fun, compelling conversational stuff, but it can feel a little punishing, or things aren't signposted well. It's very easy to mess up, and it's very to mess up as a designer, and to make people feel bad about it. Like the number of reviews the Telltale games had to go through. Like I know a producer who worked on Telltale, and he would go play the entire game of the whatever episode they were working on every single night. And he would make notes about every choice, every scene, everything, in order to like, this doesn't feel earned. This feels confusing. This doesn't feel like a fair choice. You know, it's just. Oh yeah. And that's how polished you have to get for that. Whereas, but in tabletop RPGs, you can just say stuff.
And it can be like awkward and entertaining that way.
Yeah, and you don't need to worry about a dialogue tree.
Yeah.
You don't need to worry about supporting every thing the player might want to articulate and signposting them what they'll say if they say it. There's just all these interesting things. Apparently, I can ask a general writing question with my points right now.
Really? Oh, yeah.
Yes. First one of my strongest topics. I'm going to ask you a general writing question. 1 second.
Oh, boy. I forgot I put that in there. People don't usually go for it. For the watch earnings or, you know, channel points sort of thing.
All right.
Oh, God. Okay. Well, I mean, really the place to start from with what defines a Mary Sue, I would say, is not so much like, you know, an idealization of a character without any like outwardly apparent flaws, but more sort of like the realization of many desires in one character is what I think is a more useful definition of a Mary Sue. Like at the expense of like trying to tell a story and more just trying to realize and project a lot of desires.
That's a really good way of summarizing it, I think. Like I the way that I tend to describe it, like I actually like that emphasis on wish fulfillment versus like stuff that only makes sense because like of projecting desires rather than like anything that makes sense to narrative. My definition has generally been a little bit neighboring to that, but I like that. Like the way I found it useful to describe it is, I'm like interested to know if you think this makes sense.
Yeah,
is an idealized character written poorly.
That is a much more succinct way of putting it.
And that's the thing, because I feel like a lot of people try to create this checklists that sort of describe badly written, dumb characters, and then they notice that other good characters fit these checklists, and so those good characters become bad characters.
Yeah.
And it's like, because it's like they start checking stuff off, like all the good people like them, all the bad people hate them. And it's like, that applies to Frodo. Frodo's a bad character. And it's like, what? Like I sadly this fantasy series, high fantasy series that I adore, has the main character kind of be like, according to checklists, a Mary Sue.
I don't really like the Mary Sue checklists.
Right, it's so dumb, and it's like, but they also get really weird. They're like, they could do anything unless by the fact that they can't do something, that makes them even cooler. It's like Batman's a Mary Sue, even though he has no powers, because the fact that he can do stuff despite powers just makes him even more incredible. And it's like,
but there's a reason you still engage with that character, right?
Yeah, like guys, calm down. and so like this one person just like liked a lot of the side characters of the book, but hated the main character because they were like this like perfect character that was incredibly good and was always on the right side of stuff. And I'm like, one, I'm not sure we read the same books, but two, like that is. Who cares? It's nice when people... I mean, some people like hate Captain America because he's just a good person. He doesn't have like obvious flaws, and it's like sometimes people just like spending time with people that aren't assholes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I really feel like is that a lot of characters that... So there's this one show called Surely You're Joking Sakamoto, this one anime. You ever heard of this?
I have not.
So it's kind of this brilliant breakdown in like anime comedy, but also it's kind of fantastic because it uses the main character is straight up a Mary Sue, like an actual Mary Sue, going to a high school, and
sweet,
the
perfect.
series isn't. Yes, and it's completely perfect in every way, in everything. Just from the way they sit in their chair, they are perfect. The way that they drink water, they are perfect. You know, but the series focuses entirely on how normal high school students would react to that. And it's just a mix of intense jealousy, disbelief, scheming around him, and he's just going about his day doing stuff. And people are trying to undermine him or impress him, and it never works, and it's just delightful. It's like the equivalent of watching people try to, like, knowing Superman is Superman and trying to deal with the office culture around that.
Yeah.
I highly recommend it.
That's very good. Yeah.
Just it's so fun to watch pranks, horrible pranks happen with him, and then somehow he just turns them effortlessly into just making him look even better.
Wow.
And it's really fun. I would recommend if you want a laugh. The first episode's kind of but it'll be good enough to keep you going, and then you just enjoy it.
All right.
Neek's apparently seen it. What'd you think, Neek? Am I on base or off base?
There we go. Flawless.
I think this is actually why a lot of animes have side characters, because they designate some main character as the perfect badass that everybody likes, and so they just decide to focus more of their stories on they decide to focus more of their stories on the impacts that those characters have on the world. And your interest is not less, will they get out of this? It's more like, how will they choose to deal with this situation? And how will they affect the people around them? It's like Yugi is always going to win. What's interesting is watching Joey turn into an actually good duelist.
Yeah, that's very true.
It's actually this other show I watched recently called, I think, My Next Life is a Villainess, which is...
Oh, I've heard about that.
I think
one,
you'll... do you know the premise? Because it's the most tangled web of stuff.
Remind me.
So it's just delightful. It's like a good idea wrapped within a good idea, wrapped within a good idea, wrapped within a really bad idea. So...
Excellent.
So basically, first off, think... person dies, goes to another world, and it's an isekai, just straight up, right?
Yeah, isekai, yeah.
And you're like, okay. And then it's magic high school, fine. They all have elemental magic, okay. And but now they start to get a little interesting. One, they're reincarnated as a noble in this house, straight up from childhood, but they just sort of remember their past life. So is it really an isekai? That's debatable, but they just remember their past life as a nerd on Earth, okay?
Yes,
But then the thing is, they're not just effectively reincarnated into this world and remembering their life. So they're part of the world. They have two lives now, and so on. They have a backstory with their characters in this world. Which is already an interesting twist on the formula, but they are actually in the world of a video game that they were playing. But here's where it starts to get unusual. First, it's a visual romance novel.
Huh.
Not like an MMO. It's a visual romance novel.
Okay.
And the second thing about it is she's reincarnated, as the character implies, as the villain of the romance novel, who is doomed in every ending.
Oh, right.
And so the storyline is about this character trying to use her in-game knowledge to kind of somehow manipulate the plot in such a way that she doesn't die.
Right, yeah.
Which is inherently fun, but also, and this is why it's so great, she's not very good at this, but she's just inherently an incredibly good and nice person, and she knows where everybody's childhood traumas came from. And she reincarnates when she's like 7, when a lot of this plot development is happening. So she actually changes the backstories of the game's characters for the better by just like knowing what they're dealing with and reaching out to them because of it. And it's just the most delightful little silly show. It's like incredibly silly premise, incredibly well executed. Strong recommend. Genuinely touching at times. All right.
Full up on graphs. Not really keen on any of these.
Oh, friendly arguments. I like the phrasing on some of these things.
It's amazing once you start getting like technical language how these things kind of fit together. Yeah, probably just gonna take the money, buy something nice. We're pretty well paid. Friend Durno has found a juicy target to rob, or Teak wants to join us.
We don't really seem to need money. Getting more people is good.
Yeah, that's...
Tapasha said. Zahul. Patasona?
I can't get over this map. This map looks probably so simple to people, but that level of sort of perspective that gives you a sense of place with but still gives you signposting of the icons, but also gives you enough z-axis space to have depth in the map, not just be linear, is so hard to accomplish. And the level of like exaggerated sizing is really interesting on it, because clearly like a city is not as big as a forest, and so it's like exaggerated sizing for the purpose of perspective. And yet you don't just see the general like mobile game style put a giant castle on a super zoomed out map. It still seems to like lean into the surroundings. Like it's that mission map must have taken them endless iterations to get that right. That's so impressive. You don't see that attention to detail in these types of rushed out early access like indie games very often, because they just can't afford to. They just get in a situation where first idea has to be best idea, because they just don't have the time or resources to do it, to really polish its depth. And they pick a comp with some other game and just do it that way. So it's like just so impressive.
Yeah, I'm quite a fan. Alright, let's Image. Target practice. You will die. You will... 2 of you are gonna run. Or yeah, just straight dead. Quite good. Go ahead and get the heal while we're in combat. And it's just gonna die, because it's gonna take all that damage from the allies.
Because our deck is amazing.
Yep. And we've also got a full party of 4, so
yeah.
Yeah, it's over. Oh no, it ran. Alright. If it lives between attacks, it'll go for it.
Cool.
Okay. Whenever you apply bleed to all other enemies. Oh.
Wait, what the fuck?
We found it. We found the ability that actually works extremely well for us. Okay.
I would say we should pick that card.
Yeah. AoE is now solved.
It's just 1 bleed to all other enemies, so it's not actually solved, but it's kind of solved.
Is that just whenever you apply 1 bleed to all other enemies? All right, yeah, but it's like that also activates our bonus
no, it's still
yeah.
absolutely good. It's really good. I'm just saying it's not like the game's over.
Well, okay,
All
we have a
right.
choice here between apply more bleed then deal damage, or apply 3 bleed and then deal piercing damage. Piercing basically penetrates our defense.
I think we do so much damage we don't need to worry about that. I would just apply more bleed.
Yeah, just more bleed. More blood. Blood for the blood god.
I guess my only fear is running into things that can't bleed right now.
Yeah, machines would be very bad for us.
Yep.
Thankfully, we're not fighting too many of those. Ask for payments
You must
or
have
let
tasty
them.
blood.
We'll just.
It's funny because we use blood.
Piaki shop.
Tashanta. Kemotapo.
Shahin.
Kalpashia.
Shonta.
Sehulkia.
Receive a random item card every morning. All right, fine. There's usually short use and powerful enough.
That's actually good, I think, because as long as we just spend them, which shouldn't be that hard, like it should still be good. And getting a random item every morning is like an ongoing value.
Yeah.
So it's basically like a passive.
Yeah, we got a pretty good party. Yeah. Let's do the challenging one.
Shia Shantampi. Sineshoa. Usanasahi.
Shosupepu.
Not a super fan of the just like rapid move the icon around the roads to get to the thing.
I've got it on fast mode, so it's normally like a little bit slower.
Yeah, but it does look silly, but also I literally was about to say that smacks to me of they decided they wanted to like show you getting there and then decided it was too slow, and so they just turned up the speed rather than figure out a good solution.
Yeah.
Which is, again, like, I have to emphasize this. Game development is not about doing everything perfectly. It's doing the things that matter perfectly.
Yeah, fair enough. Extremely fair point.
So one of the good examples of that is actually an original Diablo. Originally Diablo, did you know, was supposed to be a turn-based game?
Oh.
Yeah, it was a turn-based roguelike, and it was all about the 2-week game file. That eventually you die and you sweat about for days and you're in the situation, you realize you're not going to get out of it. So everything about Diablo originally was designed to be a turn-based roguelike. And it was pitched as a turn-based roguelike, it was accepted as a turn-based roguelike. And then partway through development, Blizzard, who like owned them now, was said like, hey, you know what? You've been trying this real-time strategy stuff, maybe your game should be real-time. And the creative director was like steadfast, no, it's all about turn-based. Like, if you make it real time, the game won't be fun anymore. It's all about those tense situations. And they're like, no, we get it. But maybe real time would be fun. and he's like, no, it just destroys the spirit of the game. It's not the game we're making, it's not the game we're pitching. And we'd have to like redo the whole thing anyway to make it like not turn-based. We'll have to recode all of it. It would cost so much more money. Like, yeah, okay, we'll pay for that. Just how about not turn-based? So he like goes to the studio and he talks to them, and they overall the developers of his own studio say, yeah, I think we should try turn-based. I must try real time. So he's like, fine. And so he says he starts the whole giant process of changing it to not be turn-based anymore. And then he just thinks about it for a few minutes and says, and this is his own story, by the way. I'm quoting from his postmortem. He says, you know what? What if I just turn it up so that 2,000 turns are happening a second, basically? And he just sets that value to that and makes it like auto pass the turn. And instantly he just clicks an enemy skeleton and his character runs up and smashes and kills it. And he's like, oh my god, this is the best game ever. Oh. So I don't know if they actually even redid the engine. I think Diablo technically might be a turn-based game where the turns are all happening really fast.
Wow. but now you're just a simulation engine.
I know, right? And it's just that's the point. Like the point is not to do everything perfectly. The point is to do the stuff that matters perfectly. Wow. I remember seeing this great guy who designed Gunpoint, who used to be a reviewer, and he said like my thesis as a reviewer used to be that the smallest things make the biggest difference. Now that I've designed the game, I've realized that the biggest things make the biggest difference.
Yeah. Wow, yeah.
And he gives all these examples of stuff in Gunpoint that if he watched somebody else's game, would like, oh my god, they didn't even bother making a transition for climbing animations. That's so lazy. And he's like, yeah, I could have done that. Or I could have, made the game run and be fun and stuff. And it's like, ultimately, it wasn't really worth spending an extra few days just making that transition a bit more smooth, or was that really the best way to spend those days? It's also why older games, despite having very small teams, used to be a lot bigger than modern games. Because now the polish level has gone up to such an extent. Like, you look at old first-person shooter levels, they're just sprawling and gigantic. Which doesn't mean that they're better. In fact, I would argue that a lot of them are pretty terrible. But they are huge. And they have tons of secrets. Like, you put like a modern player into like Deus Ex or something, and their minds get blown. If they can get past the incredible lack of polished graphics, the annoying UI, the clumsy movement and stuff, and the random distribution of enemies, if they can just get past that, they're like, oh my god, this world is gigantic. There's so many levels and options and missable things.
Yeah.
But now if somebody misses like your cool... Yeah, but now if somebody misses your cool thing, it's like treated as a revelation that Dark Souls has like a secret area within a secret area. It's like, oh my god, how visionary! It's like, that used to be just the games.
Yeah.
Again, not sure if it's better, not sure if it's worse, but it's different.
It's all
And
fun,
that's
though. I don't need
delightful.
There is that.
I also like how a lot of game design decisions, often bad decisions, will like work with other bad decisions. And we'll make them together will become a good decision. I think my favorite example is like probably old school like D&D roll for stats. If you tell people about this, they're like, why would anyone do this in modern design, right? Like, why on earth would I roll 3d6 for stats in order? And if I get like a high int, then I have to play a wizard. And if I don't get a high int, I can't play a wizard. And why would anyone do this? And what happens if I roll low? I still have to play it? You know, all these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then on the other hand, they're saying like, oh my god, characters are so boring. There are so few options. So little choices matter. And then it's like, and then there's permadeath, and I'm going to lose my character if it just dies, and I can just die on a single bad die roll because I have 1d4 hit points at level 1 as a wizard. So I can literally start the game with 1 hit point. 25% chance of starting the game with 1 hit point. You don't get constitution modifiers. Those are for losers. And
Yeah.
and there's no max hit points level 1 plus con, you know, any of that stuff. And so all this stuff is there, and then it's like, and then we gain experience at different levels, at different rates and stuff like that. And then you start putting all those things together, and you're like, it all kind of works once all those bad decisions come together. It's like, I'm not heavily invested in my characters, so I don't care if they randomly die. And our characters have wildly different strengths, but that's okay because my character's weak, it's likely to die, and I'll get to roll another one. And if my character is really strong, it's likely to live a while. But eventually, I'm good because I'm going to die before my friend sometimes. I'm going to level up, and then they're going to die, and they're going to start from the beginning again. So we're going to take turns being the most powerful, and that's going to be kind of cool. And
Yeah.
and all of these bad things start going together. A good example as well is in 5th edition, combat takes a very long time usually.
Yeah.
But also it's really complicated. So basically, a lot of players are kind of glad they have 20 minutes to figure out their next move. Because they kind of need 20 minutes to figure out their next move.
Unfortunately, yeah.
So I thought I hated 5th edition combat, and I was just massively on like, this whole thing is a garbage fire, how can anybody play it? And then I started playing the most intentionally complex characters I could. I'm like, this is kind of fun. And so, because like, now that I'm playing a druid that alternates between 5 or 6 different wild shapes that are situationally useful, and has situational spells, and can't do spells in wild shape, but it and it has a concentration slot it has to keep up at all times, stuff like that. Once I have all these things going on, it's like, okay, I have something to think about around my turns, and I'm actually engaged in combat. When I was playing a rogue, I was like, I just want to kill myself. I'm going to sneak attack damage against my boredom.
Yep.
I want to spend money, but do I need to? We've kind of optimized our deck pretty strong here.
The problems of the rich.
Yeah. Could probably get rid of like a few like extra stabs or something, but I don't know.
I have just like in real life, like just as an act of defiance, like actively looked for opportunities just to spend money, Just like,
Yep.
fuck it, I want to buy something.
Yeah.
It's pretty unhealthy. But I've also noticed that behavior because we study like spending behavior in our games, of course. Like, there are some players whose philosophy is, I just want to spend $100 today, and I'm annoyed there's nothing that I have to buy. Like, legitimately, if they already have everything they want, that's a reason to stop playing. Because,
Yeah.
well, and certainly, because it's like, well, I have what I want, so why would I keep playing? It's exactly like your situation of, like, that you described earlier in Slay the Spire, right? About, you got all the card unlocks, and so it's over. And so there's actually a really growing trend in free-to-play game design that is all about, you would think that, because we've been trained around bulk purchases, that if you spend money in bulk, we want to encourage that. And in reality, in a lot of free-to-play games, we've started to realize that in reality, the more you spend, the more expensive things should get. Because that's how you make it like, oh, if you only spend $5, you get a lot of value. That's good. You're able to play the game. You're spending $100,000? How can the game linearly absorb that? So it becomes, and so like for example, Galaxy of Heroes has the system that the more money you spend in one day, the more expensive everything gets. Like costs, if you buy something repeatedly, costs start doubling, and then they refresh. And so it's really like, hey, if you want this today, it's going to cost you $10,000 because it's supposed to be something you earn over the course of like 6 months. But if you buy it, if you just spend free to play stuff for every day, you'll get it for free in 6 months, and then you can buy some refreshes. You can, along the way, spend a reasonable amount, get it in 3 months, spend like a lot, but not all in one day. And like the price will cut by like 1/10 if you just want it in 2 days instead of 1 day. And so it's almost like sustainable whaling. It's like a lot of games, a whale will come in and just buy everything on day one and be like, well, I won the game, and then leave, and it's like a really bad experience for them, and it's a really bad experience for you. So it's better just to make it more like, like Starbucks. You come in, you talk to some people, you sit, you drink your coffee, and you do it again tomorrow. Like, that's so much better for players, and that's so much better for free players, and that's so much better for spending players. Like, getting that habit of, I'm just going to come in here and play this game regularly. I'll spend a little bit of money. Or not, doesn't matter. And it's just really funny to see how, because of the horrible wreckage of capitalism on the percentages, like, some people have so much more money than other people. And, like, how do you design something to accommodate that? This is why I like buy-to-play games, too. It's like, hey, buy Griftlands. Just play Griftlands. It's all fine. But interestingly, it's also bad in other ways for the consumer. Like, unless you're like a super hit, there is a real incentive to push games out because you're never getting more than the intended price point for them. Yeah. So there's this real sense of, when is the game done? Whereas in a free-to-play game, there's an incentive to keep making the game better and better and better, and which is great because you have live players that you can respond to, figure out how they're playing. So early access is kind of trying to bridge the gap in the development model to get
that's
the
actually
dev.
A very good point. I hadn't thought of that before.
Right, and so the devs are trying to sort of get money early for their game, but also be able to respond to player feedback and build it until they feel like they've hit the turning point, and at that point they just release it. Also, if their game does really terribly in early access, it's a good indication that maybe they shouldn't put too much more investment into it.
Yeah, there is that.
Yeah. It's pretty wonderful to be able just to have live players and just see what they actually like and just try to give them it.
Yeah, especially with streaming, I imagine.
Yes, that is a whole other can of worms. Designing for good streaming is actually probably one of the reasons that UX has gotten better. Because like straight up, making a game easier to watch makes it easier to play.
Exactly, yeah.
And that's actually one of the fun things, is that in the brilliant intent system of projecting the intent that is associated so heavily with Slay the Spire, came out of it because they had the devs were like be on a call and like watching one of them watching the other person play, like a video call, and had to keep saying, "Well, mouse, what are they gonna do? Mouse over that for me." And it's like, "Fuck it, can we just like have projected so that I don't have to do this for you?" And they're like, "Oh, we just made this game like 10 times better."
Yeah. No kidding.
It's also the brilliant, completely brilliant, I forget what it's called, but the communication system in Apex Legends. Basically they decide as a mandate, we're gonna play this game internally without headsets. We're not gonna use voice chat to coordinate on our team-based, battle royale shooter game. And so that forced them to develop a situation, develop mechanics that allowed them to easily communicate to each other in game without the benefit of voice chat. And the system they came up with is freaking brilliant. Like, hit middle mouse button over an enemy, and it'll like on your screen, and your character will call out like with their own in character voice, like enemy spotted, and then you'll see like the marker of where that person has marked that character will pop up on everybody's map and in their visual.
Neat.
And you can do similar stuff like that, and it'll create visual markers and beacons, and it's just brilliant. And it comes out of just trying to design with limitation in mind. And I love it. It's delightful. But then you get the really stupid stuff like Metroid Other M or whatever, where for no discernible reason, the creator mandated that people have to be able to play it with a single Wiimote.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's like, well, that's why this game is bad.
Oh boy.
Nintendo likes doing this a lot. Super Mario Run was mandated to have to be played with just one hand, for example. And I actually like that game a lot. I think that ended up being pretty cool, but like they often have these weird mandates.
Yeah.
Shaki Shol.
Kasuposhe? Kutape?
Lupansel. Sotyulsha.
How confident do I feel?
I feel pretty confident.
Let's just try to convince them to end the quarantine altogether.
I'm not as confident in the negotiation strategies, but I'm up forward for it.
Or we could just cut a side deal to just get the package and leave.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty confident in our combat. I'm not so confident in negotiation. Maybe I'm wrong to think that.
If we can get it to end quickly, we're pretty alright in negotiation. We just can't really draw it out very long.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll just cut a side deal.
As a side note, did you see that viral video that went around about the guy whose squirrels were like eating from his bird feeder, and so we created an obstacle course for them?
I don't think I did.
It's probably the best video I've seen in like the last decade.
Nice.
I'll have to send it to you. Like everybody I sent it to has said this has just made my day so much better.
I tend to be kind of immune to the cute animal video stuff, unfortunately.
I think you'll like this one, because it's not so much look at these squirrels being cute, it's this guy has created a ninja warrior course for squirrels.
Alright, that's fair.
Because it's more that. It's like the fact that this guy was really annoyed, he wanted to become a bird watcher, he put a bird feeder in his backyard, and no squirrels were eating all the seeds, so he decided to channel his frustration into a ninja warrior course for them to see what he could get them to do to get the seeds.
We're starting to come together here on the negotiation side.
Yeah, well, the fact that we have the 4 energy is also so great.
Do we?
Didn't we hit +1 action a turn or something?
I think we passed that up.
Wait, what? Oh no, it was at the start of the return, reduce the cost, right?
Oh yeah,
okay.
yeah. That's the one that's really
My bad.
making the donuts here. I don't even need buying time. I got buying time to trade influence for actions, and we don't need it.
You might as well sell some time.
Yeah, probably should have done it, but
Well, no, I'm saying I'm just making a joke about buying versus selling. Like, one of the things that I love is like coming up with names for spell books, because you get a lot of the like instructions of the darkest art and things like that are like cool, evocative names. But you can also just put in like names that are like very functional that would probably exist, like selling your soul in a buyer's market.
nice.
It's just really fun. One of the things I've done in my current RPG is the naming convention that I started and that people just picked up because we have like a lot of different GMs. Is a spell with every spell is a name that's follows a convention. A spell to and then do something, and then they'll have like a normal like name describing the actual attack when you get down to it. So it'll be like a spell for the powering of airships. And it'll be like lightning bolt, or things like that. But it tells you like what the purpose of the spell was in the world, and like that's what the guy wrote down. And they're really fun. It's like a spell to impress a fair archer, and it's just like you multiply an arrow and like you get to fake like that it shoots true, and like you rapid fire three arrows with like supernatural skill. I think my favorite one I've named was probably a spell to make the best shield ever way better than Deirdre's.
Oh gosh, it's this boss. All right, here we go.
Hey, come on, we're doing pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's just the one where you gotta kill them both at the same time.
All right, that sounds annoying. But do you have to like split out the damage? What's the exact mechanic?
Brings their partner back to life if they have died.
Oh,
well, yeah.
Okay. So just wail on one, then wail on the other, or something?
Yeah, just try and get him close to done at the same time, basically.
All right. Do they revolve with full health or like half health?
I haven't. I think this is only the second time I fought this boss. I don't even remember if I beat it the last time, so we'll find out.
All right. So first we do Sal's bloody daggers, right?
Yeah. Get the damage bleed.
By
or
5
the...
bleed.
Yeah.
And then we. The next attack card is played twice.
Actually, probably bleed on one and then assault hemorrhage, so we get damage too.
Okay, sure.
There we go.
That's some nice damage.
25 damage there.
Now we put up defenses somewhere.
Probably on the dock.
All right. It's good that pets run away, so that there's an actual reason to buy them more than once per thing.
Yeah. Alright. Whenever you apply one bleed to all their enemies. I think I have to.
Yeah, let's just set that up. It's a boss battle.
These are the boss cards I've been saving up.
Let's do a double damage attack. Yeah, it's a big
That'll
attack.
be boosted against him.
Yep, it's just
But
doing
not
it
against
then.
him. But, oh well.
Yeah, put it against the main guy and it'll apply bleed to somebody else.
That is true. Didn't it? Alright. Whenever you apply bleed to one time. Well, he's nice and bled now, so...
Yep. Oh, right, we don't apply bleed automatically. Okay.
Yeah, it's when we apply actual bleed.
Now we can do it.
The dog might die unless I impair you. He'll gain some defense. That might do the trick.
Seems we should barnacle the first guy.
We're not actually taking damage this turn. No one's targeting us.
Okay. So we should hemorrhage the first guy.
Yeah. There we go. Now you've got some bleed on you.
Why does that cost 1 right now?
I upgraded it.
Oh, that seems nice. Should we maybe just play it?
Yeah. There we go.
Alright, we have to worry about our NPCs killing that first guy now, don't we?
Yeah, we need to kind of start spreading the love.
All right.
Let's see.
Hemorrhage on the second guy.
Yeah. Draw a card. Yeah.
Cool. Let's grab that.
There we go.
By the way, Nick, I know this was a million whiles ago, but I like what you said, like, I was like, hey, am I on base with that? And you're like, yeah, one base. I know you corrected to on base, but I like the idea of you're like, yeah, I agree with you on one of the bases, just not all of the bases. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we're not too concerned. Let's just go for...
Yep. Yep. I think I might revive the first guy in a sec because just the bleeding is still happening and he's still taking NPC damage. But
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah, we're basically under control. He's gonna die. He might get revived. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's probably
Right, this is
What
the mechanic
hap-
that's been building up here. One guy puts toxic fumes into your deck, and the other person puts a volatile spark into your deck. And this
Alright,
is sort of...
well,
yeah.
the toxic flames are 0.
I'm basically taking the choice between taking 4 damage and 20 damage. So yes, I'm expending these now.
Seems to be a reasonable. Yeah. You could have also discarded them if you had one of the discard cards. Just as a note.
Yeah, if I had one.
All right. Yeah, of course.
Let's... You're attacking. Let's...
Yep.
Leave you. Tear you. So you deal less damage to the dog.
And then hit him with the stabby stone. Technically, we should have done the stabby stone first because I would have absorbed some of our self damage. I think, but that's not.
Oh yeah,
a big
you're
deal.
right. Yeah.
Not a big deal.
Yeah. Pretty inconsequential. He's probably going to be going for the revive this
Nuke him.
turn. Yeah. Oh, yep. And death is in sight. Will die this
I
turn.
like it. Yep.
Let's go ahead and max out Fight Dirty and wound him just to make absolutely certain.
I love it. Well, looks like we did it.
Yeah, it turns out we're still strong, actually.
We took like a whole 2 damage that we didn't need to take, and that was it.
Well, they mostly went for the dog, and the real victory was that we kept the dog alive.
Yeah, I mean that's always the real victory. I remember like you ever see that film series that film review series? It's like the pitch meeting for each movie, and it's like a guy. It's like the comedic reviews, and the guy's pitching a movie to some executive and and making fun of the movie by doing so.
Yeah.
Well, like there's this one they did one for John Wick that's basically like the guy and the soulless producer guy is like, okay, yeah, all right, so they go and they beat him up, yeah, okay. It's like pain's fun, and then it's like, and then they come in, they break into his house, like, oh wow, that's cool, and then they like punch him up and they break his stuff, and then they kill his dog. It's like, what? They kill his dog, and he's like, his face just like dissolves, and he goes, people are gonna die for that, right? He's like, oh yeah. And it's like, okay, good.
Nicely done. Yeah, very good. That's how you complete the pitch. Yeah,
All right.
I don't. Sure.
Yes,
maybe.
Muffin Mark. This is a very good game.
I think so.
So, draw cards until you draw a maneuver card. It costs 0. Heal 1 health for each card drawn this way. Expende.
Thing is, I think like in the battle deck we've got a fair number of maneuver cards, which are the blue ones. So probably not. I don't like any of these really.
Yep, just take more money. Maybe empathy?
Yeah, if we're like starting to take damage, maybe.
God, it's like such first world problems right now.
Yeah, it's calling in all favors might be interesting because we got being able to build up a lot of influence. Well, we're kind of building enough. Nah, I don't really need any of these. And
How come
more
there
to
are
the
so
point,
many churches?
none of them are damaged. It's really the actual problem.
Yeah, that is the problem.
Yes, heal. Upgraded. 5 bleed. Yep, there we go.
Supe posu.
Muakitise. Kupel son. Lia sik.
Alright, well, that is day 3. Complete Sal's story prologue once. I've done both of the characters once or twice now. Took a few attempts.
Siapopanico.
Koshesia.
Sho toti.
Paputiso.
Don't worry about it. Just wash your hands.
Sabatamon.
Yep, sounds good.
Alright. Let's call tonight. What a good day. And we got an item from our Spark Baron friend. Alright. Destroy for 1 use. Alright.
Satalapa.
Doltase.
Kashupa. Yamotia. Ukotu.
Posuanapa.
Watake. Siakoashua. Tesuka. Mashapota. Tiasosha.
Kautsukia.
Sakedo shell.
Todko.
Coming up on the final. Yeah, final boss is always quite tough, so... But I'm feeling pretty good about this run. This feels like one of the runs.
We are nailing it. Like, when I've got a hammer, this game looks like a nail.
Yeah.
Katotso.
Let's hire... Oh, Org loves us a lot. We'll have him follow us around.
Fantas.
Umi puapu.
Ume pua poo to you too.
Negotiation. Battle, upgrade. Or bunker.
I can get to Casio most of the time, but that fight is tough, says Muffin Mark.
Casio being the final boss there, yeah.
Sounds good. How do you think we're doing, Muffin? This is my first time playing. I'm not really playing, though. I'm mostly just watching and encouraging.
We don't need any more graphs. I don't need graph rewards, so probably the upgrade, actually.
So, Muffin has a question. What kind of decks do you like using, / what is the most fun?
For Sal's negotiation, I really like her diplomacy influence build. It's just generally very reliable. For attacking, I've lucked into a few different archetypes, and I haven't really found the one that I like the most yet, honestly. In terms of the decks I've actually won so far. I've done a combo, I've done doing this bleed now. What was the other one I did? There was one where it was I did a big defense counter build sort of thing. It was really janky, but it worked.
Nice. Have you beaten the final boss many times?
Twice now.
Nice.
Look, we're 3 hours in, and we're we're starting on day 4 of 5, and 5 is pretty short, but these runs are pretty long.
Yes, seriously.
But a lot of stuff happened, and I'm pretty satisfied by the stories we got to experience.
Yeah, that's cool. So, are the stories somewhat procedural?
Somewhat, yeah. The quests you get can be kind of random. On different runs, you might get a bit of a repeat, or you could take them a different way. But there's also a generic brawl mode where you just go from encounter to encounter. That's just very generic.
Oh, okay.
But I like the story and building the social aspects, because this always ends up being pretty different. Even if you get similar quests, sometimes the people you interact with are very different.
That's interesting.
You get different people that way.
Made a lot of friends.
Yeah.
Shuketo.
Do I have a license for this? Oh, come on. I don't need a license. I'm not... No. No.
Genadope?
Sotiana. Musakashi.
Let's see. Let's get a
Josh.
bunch of influence. Free attack.
Poki Poshe.
Apply a bunch of composure. And that's a good turn.
Tashuko.
Al-Shaka.
Ushisaha.
Oh, I love this. Alright.
Dokoteta.
Let's see. Some composure would be nice.
Usutilga.
Oh, I do have it. There we go.
Yeshikipia.
Right, upgraded Keep It Cool so that it applies composure and then doubles it. Which makes it a lot more immediately useful.
Seems good.
And I got plenty of influence, yeah, just go for the damage.
Ukiotu.
See, our negotiation deck is pretty much where I want it to be.
So I guess we should work on our combat deck?
Maybe a little bit. It's kind of tough, right? Like, not even getting much that would be of use there.
Yeshikipia.
Excuse me, I'm redeeming a posture check.
There we go.
It says that you need to straighten up now.
Oh, yeah.
It's 100 points, man.
Thanks for the reminder.
Yep, cost me 100 points. I want to get my money's worth.
Let's see. Don't think we're gonna kill him this turn, so... Let's just go for experience.
Shukuteka.
Oh, well there we go.
Woo, woo,
Right.
woo!
We do a little bit of damage whenever we get influenced, so that worked out. And another solid point would be quite interesting. Yeah, get just one more. Put one of those in our hand every turn.
Let's see.
Ambush is
Every t-
you start with that at the start of the negotiation.
Oh, okay, so just at the start. Yeah, we should probably grab that.
Yeah, means we can always get influence
We
at the start of the
Yeah, now we can just build around it fully.
Ooh. And this either you can get a version that you can cast for 0 without having to worry about evoking it, or we're evoking pretty regularly, so
Yeah,
honestly,
let's just make it even more influence. Now we need to really get some spenders.
yeah, we need those intrigues and whatnot.
Kosipake.
That was adorable.
That just sounded like, oh, who's a good boy?
That really is.
And that was probably like coincidence on the random Simlish, but all right.
Koapeka.
Ushaka.
Kiasotsi.
Shuashepe. Sinsukelsia. Tansa pekana.
Okay.
Totensuto. Shosasi.
What's that meme? The all-seeing eye dog. And it's like you ask him who's a good boy, and it's like I have all unending knowledge of all that is good and evil, and it is I. I am the good boy.
Ganadiko.
You are currently drunk. I could make you more drunk, maybe not.
Well, we could battle them, or we could upgrade our negotiation deck.
Yeah, we,
Tutanasho.
I've also got a ton of friends in this bar, so
Yep.
Kotata.
I just love the dog like argument helps. It's just like first you're like this person you can trust them, like you know they've been around a lot. Ruff ruff. It's like compelling point.
I can't argue with that.
Literally.
I mean, can you argue with a dog? I don't know.
No, I can't. How would I even start?
Chukuteka. Kuasita.
Nice, nice.
Sokalsuso. Seka sosia. Sanakatosi.
So question.
Dokota.
I've got characters that are going into the encounter. God, we are just wrecking them.
Yeah.
I've got some characters that are going into the city of Miletus next session. And I'm making it lean much less heavily on math and philosophy, much more heavily on creation and art for my pantheon.
Huh.
So basically, it's one of the only really peaceful places in the world, and it is the tagline is Miletus, soon to be the greatest city in this or any realm. The city that is being founded, that was founded by the goddess Monument, who's the god of like cities and arts. And so it's supposed to be sort of this great paradise of craftsmen and artists. And the players are really hyped to go there. And I want to make sure that there are good sort of theme park activities for them to do there. And I'm just wondering if you have any ideas, you or chat. Basically, I've got some stuff already that's like compete in the Miletian games, and it's like big performances of combat skill. Of course, that's sort of a thing. But also like reenacting, like they summon a monster and you have to fight it out as on a reenactment of a great heroic battle. And that's cool. But also I want to do stuff like wine tasting that gets you something useful. Or goods and stuff, and players are going to want to say like, oh my god, this is a place of, this is a place of performing arts as well as other kinds. I would like to try to do that, and I want to have that to tie into something. So I really just want to be this sort of theme park Grecian paradise city that also has some cool combat to get into, because the system is very combat driven, but also is just a cool like theme park stuff to do in a city. Think like Adventurer Carnival, basically.
Not a small amount of things there.
Nope. I'm at the point where my design puzzles are usually like 1 page long of goals. I get very specific with my goals.
Wine tasting is pretty strong.
What would the payout be for like going wine tasting? Because it's fun to say, hey, we went wine tasting, but I want to like, maybe it's, I don't know, like rumors they learn while they're talking to people there, but it would look good if it focused on the wine. Like the wines have maybe temporary buffs or magical properties, maybe?
Yeah. Depending on like picking the right quality, you keep some of that and it has a magical effect or something.
That's cool. So like it could be that they are given a different choices of stuff to sample, and then the ones they take just have special random properties I could roll, or that are associated with the vintage they ended up trying.
Like they have no, you just drink the wine in real life. No, I mean like
that'd be pretty good.
if only.
Just
like
start the simplest solution.
They all have, like, all the samples have these descriptions, like it has this sort of like, I don't know, aroma and texture and aftertaste or whatever, and like the effects that the wines have, they pick one and the effects that the wines have are like loosely correlated to those things and also magical.
Oh, that's interesting. So like lean into the sommelier element.
Yeah.
Of like being like, maybe I could even just drop some hints at the style of like there are some extremely exquisite wines, and I can like oh, the origins are here and they're made in the fields this way or whatever, or they're blessed by this god or that god.
Each one is an amalgamation and a construction of things.
Right, and then I could give them hints potentially that are like, here's a hint, like, oh, this smells like, salty air, and you're like, like there's a salty smell over this wine or something for whatever reason, and you're like, oh, maybe this is associated with the sea goddess, and there's some sort of connection that they could draw, and if they guess it right, maybe they get a bigger bonus. So there could be so figure out which wine is the one you're supposed to be calling out, or like you taste a wine and you guess which of 3 types it is, like a tasting competition. Or it could just be straight up wine tasting. And it's like, hey, you get to try out any of these wines for this nominal fee, and so you should sort of try to pick the ones that you think will give you buffs that you like better. But that seems fun. I can figure out some sort of mini game with that. All right, what's another thing we could do? Like one of those 2 things is definitely doable. I found that if I just, with confidence, tell them the way a subsystem works, people just assume it's well designed.
Yeah.
Like if I say and also there's these magical words I have learned from my
this is a real
former boss. Now he's my boss's boss at work. The senior creative director has been jamming for like 30 years and running LARPs and stuff. And his magical words to kill player arguments are, because he does a lot of things differently than the actual rules state, and often in ways that make the players weaker. So it provokes a lot of questions about that. And so the magical phrase he uses is, in my world, it's handled this way. And you're like, well, I can't argue that it's handled that way in your world. So it just sort of ends the argument, because it's like, it feels like a law of physics rather than I like to do it this way. Well, you shouldn't like to do it that way. In my world, it is this way. I guess it is. And so one of the things I've learned is, like, in small throwaway mini games that add like mechanical depth to a system, even if they're bad, just saying like, wine tasting duels are held this way, and you can just decide, I don't like wine tasting duels, not this is dumb.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly effective. Like, I've noticed, because one GM that plays with often gets into like almost justifications for the players when players are reacting to like, oh my god, that's crazy. He's like, well, I mean, it makes sense for the characters. And then this provokes these sort of like arguments with him about like whether it makes sense for his monsters to do this or not. And then we're like commentating on the design of the encounter while we're in the encounter, and it's just not great. Whereas I've learned that I tried to figure out why mine don't happen this way. And I've learned that the phrases I use are just more immersive. Like, there are phrases that it's like, instead of, hey, they knew you were coming, you know, and that'll cause a player to say, like, well, how could they? We were trying to sneak. And you're like, well, I mean, like, they live down here, and, you know, that creates a sort of behind-the-scenes fakeness to the whole thing. Whereas if I've realized that I often say the same stuff, but I phrase it this way: it seems they knew you were coming. And suddenly it's like, that feels totally different somehow. They get a hint on what it could do and decide if that's the one they want to take more of and watch it down with another. That's an interesting idea. So they get a little sense of a tingling of magic, like it's actual tasting. Oh, that actually makes it sound like an actual tasting. That's cool. Like, the tasting gives you a little bit of a, oh, okay, and you get this little tingle of magic. You feel like something is strengthening you. And then you can actually buy the wine and get a full glass, and then that would be what gives you the buff for the session. Oh, okay, we solved it. That's a straight up simulated tasting, and you don't need anything else. Just take a little bit of this, and I describe the wine, and I'll have the NPCs talk about the origins of it, and then the players can decide based on that which wine they would like to actually purchase.
Yep.
Cool. Thigh Lordy, by the way, you have to hydrate. Muffin Mark spends 100 points. You have no choice.
All right, I need to get a new water bottle.
All right, I'll explain to Thigh Lordy what's happening. What's happening is Newbie Spud's birthday stream. He's playing Griftlands with fantastic deck builder with RPG elements with me, Dan Felder, friend from high school, still friend today. And also, it is a fantastic game I have never seen before, and I am delighted that Alex has showed it to me.
Yeah, I like being able to show my friend a cool game for once. My game designer friend.
Yes, I do design some games. And I have Alex to thank for that. He actually got me into game design. And I'm much happier now that I was trying to study business.
Yeah, funny how that worked.
Yeah, I am still extremely, extremely grateful for that.
All right.
It's actually funny. Like, I actually think back to like the fact that I went to a college where the game design program was like non-existent. So, and like the little that was there collapsed like right after I got there because of due to weird funding disputes. And so I got to be like, there's all this really interesting research about like it's way better to be in a place that you can excel at, regardless of how well the place is actually teaching you.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of discussion about how like really talented, insightful people like go to like top tier colleges, like the Ivy League equivalent or something. And I saw this at Babson too. Like it was this toxic environment because everybody was like really, really good from where they came from or came from a lot of money.
Yeah.
But they had a lot of people had never gotten a C in their lives before, and then because of the way that Babson restrictively hands out, only 2 people get A's in this entire class, regardless of how well you all learn.
Oh yeah.
You know, bullshit like that, which is so fucking stupid. They were getting C's the first time in their lives, and it created this horrible cutthroat environment to fight for the A's. And it was really bad. And a lot of the points were based on like team evaluations. So you're incentivized to just spike everybody's review scores because if they got a better grade, you might get a worse grade. Like, holy shit, nobody playtested this. But the point I'm drawing out is a lot of people got like super discouraged and didn't end up doing anything related to business. Whereas a lot of people at like a more reasonable college where the courses are kind of easy and they don't take up your time till 2 a.m., which is what we were doing. And the professors just give you license to explore and experiment beyond that, just do so much better. And we've learned that this is just how people learn better. They have to feel secure first and then give it a chance to explore and not be constantly struggling to keep up with an arbitrary quality bar that doesn't have to be there. It's just funny how a lot of like the so-called best educational institutes are actually terrible for learning. Just terrible.
Yeah,
Like,
Big
if you look
Mood, Digipen, the famously where at orientation the dean says, "Look to your left, look to your right. One of you is graduating."
Instantly shows they are very bad at their jobs. Like, if you were going to say, like, in a factory, you know, look to your left, look to your right, one of these products is going to be broken. It's like only one of these products is not going to be broken. Well, you fucked up, son. Like, a lot of people feel like they can just make a claim to credibility by just being extra tough, and it's like, that's not how anyone learns. Like, if you look at the studies of like the top science programs in the country, like the super rigorous institutions, the top legal studies and so on, the very tippy top, like their top 5% of students at those colleges do far better than other colleges. Everybody else does as well or worse. Much worse in many cases. So like some small group of people like get crystallized by the added pressure, but guess what? Those people didn't need the fucking help.
Yeah.
It's so funny how not having a game design program was probably the best game design program I could have had. Like,
Probably.
suddenly I had tons of free time, tons of low stakes electives, and I could just like, and the professors all wanted to help, and I just built it from independent studies. Yeah. And yeah, people in the chat, seriously. Too confident, stutter more. Oh, okay, sure. I'll try to do that one. Yeah, for context, I'm a senior game. Actually, I'm a lead game designer now at EA, but it's the same thing. It just means that like there's fewer other senior designers on the project, I guess. So yeah, I'm used to talking. It's actually funny. After a very specific, I was at Blizzard beforehand. Actually, okay, I do want to tell you something about EA, but I'll get to that in a second. Because people in the chat are like, "Oh no, EA, the devil's spawn."
Yeah.
So, it's a meme, I know. So the funny thing about it is, game design only is tangentially related to game design skill. The actual being good at game design is like very small part comparatively of the cocktail, because one of the biggest things game designers need to do is convince other people that they actually know it's the good idea in the first place. It doesn't, because game design cannot be objectively measured in quality, and basically to get the confidence that your ideas are right in the first place, you have to be extremely good at presenting and selling your ideas. So this is often why you see like the big game designers are often big game personalities in a way that other disciplines aren't, because they have to be able to sell you on the idea and communicate it to a way that will make sense to you long before anything close to playable is there. So yeah, I've actually been working on my presentation skills for a very long time. And for the last 2 years in particular, one of my growth goals was just get better and better at figuring out how to sell and participate design ideas. Yes, Ace Attorney actually trains for a different career. Very true. As for EA, I wanted to talk about this for a second. EA is actually, and people don't know this, it like shocked me when I looked it up, when I got the job offer, was like, EA is actually amazing for employees. Like straight up, fantastic to their employees. I think that EA might be the highest rated company, certainly the highest rated public company in game development in general for employees. And they've done a lot of really important, impactful stuff that has just proven that they walk the walk when it comes to their values and treat people fairly. Like there was a whole day where they just, especially at the height of the Black Lives Matter protests recently, where they just said, we're going to spend a whole day just talking about this problem. We're going to bring in top speakers and professors, and we're going to just do Zoom calls and so on about this problem. That cost an absurd amount of money. You know, like 10,000 people's hourly rate for a day was just this. And they decided that they wanted to do that. Nobody was forcing them to do that. But also, yeah, it's just a fantastic place for employees. They pay a lot more than other comparable places do, and they have a lot better benefits. It's like EA is not evil by any means. And actually, there's a huge. The only reason that they get the reason that they get that perception is mainly because EA is often thought of as just a corporate entity, whereas the individual game studios tend to get the credit for all the stuff people love. So like I was talking to somebody recently, like, oh god, like I love Respawn, they're the best thing ever, and I'm like, yeah, you know, I actually talk to those guys a lot because like I work we both work for EA. Like, oh yeah, they're technically EA, right? But they're not really. I'm like, no, they really are, really.
Yeah. I think there's a big difference between like employee relation and consumer relation.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, EA is like super big. It's fun to hate on. I get it. It's totally fine. I'm not okay with people like hating on the actual dev teams. I'm totally okay with people hating on corporate overlords and strategy. Like that just deserves hatred in general.
Yeah.
But yeah, like holy shit is EA is full of passionate people that love what they do, are super into just caring about the player experience on every level. The issue, I think, is largely that because it's such a big company, and they often get focused on this big corporate strategy to like, let's make these types of games, let's make those types of games.
All right, a lot of my evoke cards just went off at once while you were talking about that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, sorry. My deck just popped off in between turns.
No, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. But the thing I was saying was because of that, that they tend to push all of the corporate strategy in one direction at a time, it's very easy to feel like the decisions on the ground level might not make sense. Like something might happen to your favorite game because they want to support people doing something else, and not because your favorite game is bad. And that is a recipe for disaster in terms of community relations in some ways.
Yeah.
Aha. Anyway, that's end of the EA discussion because it is. I've been there for 2 years and I've very much liked it. I liked it better than when I was at Blizzard.
All right. Feeling good about the negotiation deck very much.
Yeah, I think we got this.
I feel like the battle deck could use like a little extra oomph to get through to final, but like it's still very good.
Sweet. Let's get some more oomph then. Can never have too much oomph.
Yeah.
I wonder where that phrase comes from. A little extra oomph.
Probably usually colloquial. Let's see. All right.
Customer support. I don't really know about that. I mostly know about the dev teams. So yeah. Also, holy shit, customer support must be a nightmare job for EA just because of the memes and the and the player hatred.
Oh, right. This guy's a merchant, so his argument style is to put a card in your draw pile that's still just like, pay money to convince me to stop.
That's actually brilliant.
Yeah, I love the flavor there.
Yeah. It's actually one of the, there's this amazing, really recommend it, show on, annoyingly, Apple TV, but if you have it, then watch it. If not, maybe it's free trial to watch it. It's pretty short, called Raven's Banquet. And it is called Mythic Quest Raven's Banquet, and it's basically about a game dev studio that's making like World of Warcraft, but with the Riot personality stuff. And oh my gosh, is it incredibly on the nose. Like, we passed it all around our game studio cultures and stuff, and it was just like, oh my god, this is too true. But one of my favorite moments that is when the people come down to ask the community manager what she does, and she says, well, you know how you like scream at people because they like you're mad at your mom or something like that? It's a group of kids. Well, for our player base, I'm kind of like their mom, and a pillow they scream into.
Yeah.
It's like, community managers at our studio loved it. They're just like, oh god, it's way too true.
Let's see. Yeah, just paid $10 to be done with this.
For sure.
I got money. All right.
I love the narrative connection, but like that zero cost pay money do damage is just so good. Like the narrative connection on the cards in the story building, the expression of that in the negotiation is just delightful.
Yeah. No, we're good.
Also, if anybody has more ideas for stuff to do in Miletus, the greatest city in this or any age, inspired by Greek mythology, a city of arts and performances, I would be very much obliged. Gotta run that tomorrow. And I'm running it in a system that is pretty much usually all about fighting stuff and exploring uncivilized areas. So running a big civilized peaceful city is it's almost like an intentional challenge I'm trying to set for myself. Because I've told like every other dungeon master that's involved that they should be pretty much just running Dark Souls meets Breath of the Wild and nothing else. That's what the system is built for. It's just not built for anything else. And so I'm like, so I'm going to run a city. His name Frollo? Foldo, okay.
Fulo.
Apparently Olo was spitting bricks when Fulo didn't show up. Ransom note should have gotten there by now. Some kind of auction. I like that idea, actually. What kind of auction? Art auction is intuitive, but everything needs to be a payout for something that would ultimately become mechanically relevant for players. Otherwise, they just sort of tune out.
Collector's items that also happen to be like tomes or weapons.
Okay, so yeah, I could see like auction for equipment or spells, definitely option. So what else could happen? The collector's items are interesting. It's because Fulu hates you because you pointed out that Fulu was his name-o. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, Muffin Mark, give us some more auction types.
Let's see.
Because you could sell quest hooks, like maps to places and stuff, or keys that could open stuff.
Yeah.
But just like selling relics is interesting, but I also feel like it should be mostly like stuff people make or art. I want to keep to that. It's not just a city. It's like a city about these values and themes. I like how you're like minorly panicking even though you're like so safe right now.
The evoke there saved me really hard there. Just wow.
Alright.
Alright, now we've just got insane amounts of influence and we're destroying.
Yep. Oh, he's so dead.
Yeah.
I like how buy time is like never useful, even though it's so powerful.
Right, now it
You
actually
still
might be
need
useful.
to. Oh heck, you get to use it.
Hooray!
You get only one of the bonuses, but still. You got half a thing out of it.
Yeah. At least I upgraded it so I'd only spend 1 influence instead of 2. Yeah, or almost. It's just dead.
Oh, this is just too fun.
Yeah, when the influence deck just really gets going, especially with evoke effects, it just plays itself.
Lordy is great. Dan and Spud pissed off a man, and Fulu was his name. Oh. We beat him with our influence deck, and turned out he was lame. Oh.
Alright, time to assassinate the captain of the guard.
All right.
She brought her battle snail.
What? She's a battle snail? Why did she get a I want a battle snail.
So Ashnu are sort of the pack beasts of this world, and the ones that can battle come equipped with machine guns.
Okay, well, one, that is the best thing ever.
Yeah,
Second,
kind of is.
I actually just thought of a great new world building element because of that.
Yeah.
So there's this fantastic setting for old school role playing games called Yun Suin, the Purple Lands and the Yellow City. It is so good. It is so inspiring. When you first read the basics of it, it just blows your mind, and it makes you start imagining stuff. It's actually an amazing setting, partly because it's procedurally generated. There is no one Yun Suin. There's a general map, but everything inside that map, the nature of the major city, all the 100 kingdoms, what's actually in the Topaz Isles, and so on, all that's generated via tables or via DM choices from those tables. So everybody's Yun Suin is totally different than everybody else's, and it's fantastic. There's no way to read the book and know what's there.
Nice.
So good. And there's so many fun little tables, like here are 12 different types of tea, the way they're created and their special properties, and you can roll on it's more like 20, and you can roll on each of those categories to get different mixes.
It's kind of like how kind of reminds me of how what was it, Dusk City Outlaws was, where they kind of have a general map of the city and all of its factions, but you can basically make whatever you want in there.
Yes, and so that's I think really great. It gives you a sense of creation and authorship, which is treating the DM as a player rather than a job, which is surprisingly uncommon. But also it does another great thing, which is wait, sorry, you were saying?
So I was Dusky Outlaws was a game I was interested in playing and ran a campaign for because it was specifically a game that treated the DM like a player and had a lot of nice DM tools. But anyway.
It is so surprising how no games do that. I decided to do that briefly just for one little short game I made called Here There Be Dragons, which is basically Monster Hunter meets Shadow of the Colossus. It's 11 pages. If anybody wants to play it, I am happy to give you the playtest docs. I'll post them or something. But basically, we played it like crazy at work, and I only ran it once. It was designed for 1 hour one-shots and be a gateway RPG. But I only ran it once because I designed it to be fun to make monsters, that it created a fun show and tell feeling for them. And everybody who had refused to GM any previous system just started GMing it. It was really fun to GM for them, and it was just a very simple approach to try to make it fun to GM instead of a job. But the cool thing that I wanted to bring up within Yun Suin, which is why it reminded me of the snail thing here, is the people that run the main city, which is the Yellow City, which is this really cool, fun concept of this city of gross luxuries. That everything there is amazingly, shatteringly wealthy and beautiful, but also disgusting. There are cockroach clans whose job is just to eat up all the excrement that's left around the city. It's like if you go to New York, you're like, oh my god, it's beautiful and it's amazing towers, and there's theater and great, the best food in the world and all this stuff. And then there's like, shitty neighborhoods and homeless people that can't, live anywhere and are dealt with, and all kind of exist together. And very few fantasy settings really capture that, and Yellow City does it so well. You get very, very, very conflicted when you like this person who is obviously horrible to their servants greets you with this gracious hospitality and just lavishes you with generosity and aid and kind words because you're, an interesting class. You're not like one of these people, and you feel so conflicted when assholes are nice to you. Like, it's really interesting. But the thing is, to get that sort of feeling across, the main people of that setting, the ruling class, are of the Yellow City are these slug people. Like, oh, that's cool. It's like this sense of, and they drape their bodies in cloths and they have ornamental jewels, but they're also just under all of that slugs, and it feels alien. And they're giant slugs and it's cool stuff. The actual book has slug people be more humanoid, and I've always thought that looked a little goofy, so I decided to lean into the just giant slugs thing more. The problem is people immediately think Jabba the Hutt, and it's like, no, just think supersized slug, but you can't get them to stop. Like, oh, there's crime families, and yeah, it's Jabba the Hutt. Like, there's slaves, it's Jabba the Hutt. Like, no. So now I'm thinking snail people, and that'll just actually, it's a better contrast because the shells can be like painted and be beautiful. And that's the whole point, is the contrast of there. You don't have to think, oh, slugs that are wearing cloth. It's just like giant, beautiful shell. And you can have different families be distinguishable by their shells and things like that. But also they're, slugs with shells. But people won't think Jabba the Hutt. The Jabba the Hutt with a shell sounds like amazing. Olaf hits the dragon with his sword. Interesting. That's a good name.
I've got a couple people in the Discord server who are just all about collecting a whole bunch of RPG systems, and especially weird indie ones.
Excellent. I am also like that. I love reading game systems and rules and interesting ideas. I love pillaging and remixing and stuff. So here's the thing, though, Thy Lordy. The idea that they don't really have a DM. I don't like those games. They're fine. I understand why some people like them. As a designer, it's actually my job to design for people that aren't me. But as a personal thing, I don't like them. I've never run across one that I liked. I don't like these sort of, we're here to tell a collective story RPGs, and we're just going to make our decisions based on what the best story is. I get it. But to me, it feels like if I want to do that, I'm just going to write something. And maybe I'll write collaboratively, but I'm just going to write. I know people like it, but it's not usually my thing. I love having, we're going to use RPGs to create a world, and the DM gets to be a game designer and create awesome stuff. I know I'm very biased. And the players get to experience an adventure in it and make compelling decisions and get choices that they couldn't get in a video game because the branching path could never handle it. So I prefer systems that use the GM and lean into the GM. Or if you're going to have no DM or GM slot, I'd rather just play a board game. Like Star Wars Imperial Assault is really fun, and it has actually a DM, but they're an actual player. They're not really a DM. They're not making any DM-like decisions. I'm all for good cooperative board game. Pandemic Legacy is basically an amazing D&D campaign. Gloomhaven's a great D&D campaign. If you don't want a DM, but if you don't have a DM in a more open narrative way, it tends to be more like a collaborative storytelling, which is not my thing. I love collaborative story writing myself, but that's not what I want to play with my RPG.
Makes sense.
By the way, how weird is it that I spent all this time clarifying that I personally don't like it, but it's allowed to exist? That just be the default. So I clicked even if I don't like it, my options recommend. Yep, good call.
Yeah, we are so done with negotiation.
Yeah, wow, they just end before you even start. We're very much getting into the section of the Cyclopean philosopher that just, has counterpoint. as his spear. You just
I'm
impale them
so
with your
darn
logic.
nice. Yeah. All right, now we actually fight. We gotta.
Yeah, that reminds me of
take on the cops.
my next life as a villainous character, because like the way that this fan base describes her as is this is what happens if you make a D&D character that actually maxes charisma and dumps int and wisdom. Alright, we got a lot of enemies to deal with now.
Yep.
I'm confused. So, what's that 3851, the white stuff? I thought that was like their when they flee bar.
Yep.
But it seems to be like 33, but their health is like 48 to 58. So if they have 58 health, I would expect 33 to be a much bigger chunk of that.
That is weird. Huh. I wonder.
Anyone know? When you attacked it, it also got smaller. So I don't know what's going on.
I wonder if it's because they're stacking defense. I don't know, actually.
Well, Thylordy, if you know any really interesting systems.
Oh, right, yeah,
that are
sorry.
like...
That's the amount of damage it will take until they reach panic. Sorry. That's not
okay.
the amount of health they need to be at.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's
okay,
the
got
amount
it.
more damage they need, yeah.
Thank
Anyway.
you, Tim Trento. Yeah, Thylord, if you have options of interesting systems that you have not seen, that do mechanics you haven't seen anywhere else, I'm very interested. I'm also very interested in systems that do interesting combat systems, or skip it in cool ways. I'm interested in deck building combat systems, like Ragnarok, Fate of the Norns, but done better. That one isn't done very well. I would very much be interested in real-time combat systems. I've been very interested in like real-time board games and dice games that play out in 10 minutes max because that's when the timer goes off. Like Escape Curse of the Temple. I'd love to see that applied to tabletop RPGs because in more narrative games, combat takes so much of your narrative budget because it takes so long. And also, I'm pretty sure that Titan Forge has like pushed the combat to a point where trying to work really, really hard to make it better just kind of hits you at diminishing returns. Like, it kind of pulls out all the stops that I know from tabletop tactical board games. So, like, I feel like the next big leap is using a better core system than classic tabletop RPGs, like a deck builder or a real-time game or something. Or like Bejeweled. Physical Bejeweled, why not?
Yeah, sure.
So interesting combat mechanics are things I'm interested in, Thylordy, but also just interesting anything mechanics. Like, I got so much recently out of this simple game called Dragon's Grave that was just basically a system of name two things you can do. You can do those things. And that actually became the underwriting for like my entire skill system revamp. Also, I promised I would stutter more.
Wasn't being
All right,
serious
so-
about that, but
Where are we?
we're in the back room of the auction. We acquired a lock melter from Nadan for saving his life that will allow us to take one of the contents of the auction for free right now.
Ooh, I like it.
Which is a choice of graphs or item cards, but and we're full on the battle graphs we want. There's some unique ones, like gain 1 action at the start of your turn, no downside. At the end of your turn, gain 2 defense for every card in your hand. But we got our bleed build, and more importantly, there's an item card that's just 1 cost, 8 damage, apply 8 bleed, expend. So we're taking it. So we can, before the final boss with Casio, engage in the auction to try and get the rest of the items.
Right. Can we engage in a wine tasting, though?
We cannot.
Well, alright. That's a shame.
And thinking we might just stay hidden in the shadows and just go straight to it.
I don't know what that means.
Either we can do the negotiation battle of the auction for the rest of the items and whatnot, or we can just skip straight to the final boss.
Yeah, let's just do the final boss. I don't
Yeah.
think we need an item, do we?
No, we got the one item that was actually interesting. We got it. So
All right, let's go for it. We're in this for an even bigger prize. Nice.
here
Oh,
we
he
go.
looks like a nice guy. Or she looks like a nice guy. Oh, none of us look so nice anymore.
Que shosia.
It's funny that idle animation is so chill. I probably
Yeah.
shouldn't be there for the start of this.
Well, she was just showing up to engage in a in a really
Yeah, I
high
get it.
stakes
It's just
action,
it's just the first thing you see of her is like, oh, I'm so happy. Like,
but- well,
"Urgh."
she the last time we saw her, she was real pissed at us before and all mean. So
Yeah, no, I mean, like, but I'm saying, like, you know, for an intimidating boss fight, you don't usually want them to stop
Yeah.
with they're like resting puppy dog face.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
that's the
true,
face
yeah.
she probably makes when she sees like cute puppy dogs. Oh, that's nice.
Shopyoko.
all right,
You realize that, you know, so many of these cliches that we hear must have sounded amazing the first time, like "Let's dance." And you're like, oh, snap!
yeah. Don't need that this turn, so instead.
You know, in Gotham, Neek's like puts an angry face on. You know, Neek, in Gotham, that's called resting bat face. Oh, there's some droids.
There we go. Yep, it was bound to
All right.
happen.
Yep. All right. Well, let's just nuke her, I guess.
Yeah, let's see if we can get at least a defense card out of the improvisation. Yeah. Mighty Bleed. Savage Hammer. Oh, wait, no, hold on. El Barnacle. There we go. Kind of need that a little more this turn.
Yeah, I mean, powers in a long fight are always good. And if they're not good in a long fight, you shouldn't have drafted them.
There we go.
All right, let's draw 3 cards. Destroy after use. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, Nadin, and he leaves. Okay. It's like, you know, you're gonna come all the way here. You might as well just finish helping me out.
Assault. Use the big
Oh,
thing.
this is ridiculous. I love
There
it.
we go. I mean, having a
I mean-
double thing is always just very
Yeah. The building even more bleed though. Yep, that's one.
good. Yeah. So just took 20 damage at the start of her turn. Yeah.
I like it.
Especially because we have the graft that means that the amount of
Bleed that's
normally,
reduced is smaller.
yeah. Let's go ahead. Then that ability. Remove that debuff. Gain a little health back. Alright.
I'm feeling pretty good about this so far.
Yep. That thing will die. The dog will kill it before it can kill the dog. Thank goodness.
Alright. And he's back! And he's gone!
Yeah, Nadon,
like he's
that wasn't
going
really
off-
anything.
Yeah, Nadon's just off like in the auction having fun, and it's like, Nadon! It's like, oh yeah, right. Alright, back to my auction.
He's off somewhere else doing a revolution or something. Who knows?
Seems good. Alright. Nuke 'em!
Yep. Yep, we are in there.
Buffet Mark suggests that you do the important looting of corpses. That sounds important.
And yeah, that'll do it. It's
Oh.
over.
It only took 3 hours, but we did it.
4 hours actually.
It only took 4 hours, but we did it.
You're worth a lot of money. You're coming with me.
Well, once again, we have destroyed another card game on our first try.
Well, not my first try this time, but
Paputiso.
Well, the first time wasn't my first try either.
Sopesana.
that's fair. Yeah.
Kepopopa. Kesultaso. Shosha. Soputesha.
Kashupa. Motake.
Gotatel.
Savotiefe. Washapota.
Paputiso.
Siakoshon. Shikiaso.
All right.
The crowd parts to let you pass. And it's only the first of many such exits. You're a rich woman now, and you'll have a reputation to maintain. With Cascio out of the picture, there's a yawning hole where her influence should be. But you've got friends in high places who are happy to fill it. And these days, it isn't your concern. Fish was always a good listener. She keeps an ear to the ground and keeps your enemies off your back. All from her place behind the bar. Naden wields his newfound power like a gavel, making his enemies tremble. Sometimes a coin or two finds its way to the little folks who need it. Maybe it was Naden who made it happen, but you never knew him to be loose-lipped. You stay still just about long enough to check in on those that matter. But that isn't too long. You have old graves you want to visit, old wounds that still need tending to. There's a life waiting for you in Haveria now. You just have to seize it.
And that's Griftlands.
Woo! All right, we crushed it.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid run overall.
Yep. I love how by the end, like, I'm just talking about random stuff because there's like no tension in the battles.
Just short of getting the final card back. Ugh. If I'd been on a level prestige, maybe.
All right then. Well, this was a lot of fun. We should do this stuff again more often.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thanks for hanging out.
Cool.
All that jazz.
My absolute pleasure. All right. Well, I'm gonna go get my some dinner made, and gonna figure out what's going on in this auction and this wine tasting.
All right.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for letting me ramble at you for a while, and thank you so much for letting me come on the stream, Newbie. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. This was a good time. Made birthday pretty fun.
Excellent. Happy birthday, man.
Thank
Have
you.
a good one.
Later.